Hello, everybody. Good evening. How are you guys all doing? I see a good chunk of you guys were here in chat already. How are you doing? Cross is here, Kitten's here, so we have at least some of Seal Squad here. We have Leo Hito's here, David's here, Lunar Dragon's here. Welcome, welcome. I'm not gonna waste too much time. This is actually one of the streams that I don't really have like a whole agenda. I guess I do have an agenda. You can see it in the to-do list. It's get Bunker Hill. So we're just basically going to do that. I don't have a ton of oil because, as you guys know, 2 days ago, I streamed for 10 hours trying to get Bunker Hill. And, well, it didn't go very well. That's why we're doing it today. So what is this series? Well, so if you guys don't know, on my Twitter today announced, and we talked about it on my last stream, but for Valentine's Day, we get these special items. And you have to have your secretaryship to get the chocolates from. And so, I am really hoping that we can get Bunker Hill before Valentine's Day, or this Saturday, basically. So I'm going to be streaming basically a little bit every evening until I get her, because I don't know. I usually do this sort of grind by myself. I typically don't do it on a stream. But I did a vote amongst the new members of the channel, and they said overwhelmingly, 90% said they, instead of working on a new video this week, they want me to stream up to there. And so hopefully we should have some fun, and we won't delay too much longer. We'll get right into it. And I love ALM's thirst for Bunker Hill. You know, she's the rarest ship in the game. And so okay, that's good. It was lagging on me. All right. She's the rarest ship in the game, and I really hope that we can get her eventually. Just some housekeeping things. I haven't logged in since this morning. It's been a long day for me. But how are you guys doing? Oh, there's some cubes here. I should probably go for the oils, but I want to get some of these cubes here. We need to level up Casa, Prince. Who else probably needs to be leveled? You, Pola. Let's go, Bunker Hill. Let's go. Let's go, Bunker Hill. Let's go. What's the chocolate thing? I'll explain it. I have ones from the last 2 years, so I can show you what they are. Just give me a second to fill out this commission. I don't even know. I don't care. We're just gonna randomly pick someone. Langley. Actually, Malin. We'll do Malin. Yeah, I'm probably going to go for Dewey after Bunker Hill. I've basically, like, if you look, I haven't even finished 13.3 because I was like, all right, I got to get to 13.4. I'm going to keep clearing 13.4 over and over again. But yeah, that's what it is. So let me show you. It's in, I think, Depot. Yeah, okay. So you get basically these little Valentine's gifts. They come on Valentine's Day, and they have special unique lines. You can't re-up them unless, and they might be in the archive. I don't actually know if you can re-up their lines in the archive over here, but probably not. I don't think so. No, not the archive. I'm sorry. I want the... Yeah, they're not in here. So you can only, technically you can get them if you log in on Valentine's Day, which is February 14th, for those of you who don't know, all the way through February 19th. So you have a 5-day leeway. So if you don't log in right away, that's okay. But you have to have the secretary slot set. And if you guys don't know what that is this leftmost slot. So if Valentine's Day was tomorrow, Peter Strasser would give me the special gift, and I'd get the special line from Peter Strasser. So anyway, we're trying to get her by Saturday. I'm also going to be busy on Saturday, so I can't stream on Saturday, but I can stream, I think, unless something comes up that I don't know about, at least maybe an hour or two, maybe 3 each night. So we'll go from there. You're 140 runs in, no Dewey, no Junho. Oof. I mean, if they're at what I mean, our assumption is that they're 0.75%. So 140 runs is kind of expensive. Is the special line voiced? That's a good question. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think they are. I would doubt it. To be completely honest, I play this game on mute, so I don't actually notice whether or not when lines are voiced or not most of the time. So I don't know off the top of my head because I both of the times that I've gotten them in the past, I've not actually checked to see if they were voiced. Yeah, they're not voiced. I would assume that they wouldn't go back and get the voice actresses to go voice them. So I assume they're not. Hey, Kane, what's up? All right. Well, we'll let some more people get in here, but we won't delay too much. We're going to go. As you can see, I've been hoarding oil for the last 2 days. Basically, haven't done anything except my dailies. So we're up to 7,000. And if I'm feeling it, I don't know how late I'm going to go tonight because it was a long day. I'm tired. But if we run out of oil, I have plenty here to supplement us for now. All right, let's get into it. Oh, we should probably check to make sure the fleet... we could probably use the same fleet we were using before. This is fine. This fleet was working very well. We should check to make sure we're actually leveling the right cats, though. Is this our god tier Takamura? Yes, it is our god tier Takimura. That's fine. You just burned out my... Fortunate, my first ring ship and Val, because when I first started, just loved her design... Now she now names Fortunately Mine. Hey, how are you doing, Martin? Oh, streaming a little later than I typically do. I typically try to start a little bit earlier for those in Europe. So most of the Europeans are probably asleep. But maybe this will be a good time zone for... what was your first oath? My first oath... I can't remember. It was either Yukikaze or Amagi. We can actually confirm that. We got her on May 30th, 2019. And where did I get Yuki? I think it was probably Yuki. Yeah, Yuki was my first oath because at the time she was tier 0. She was a tier 0 ship in PvP. And I had still at this point in my Azur Lane career, I had not gotten an Admiral of the Navy yet. So I was trying to oath her because I was trying to build up a PvP team. And then as you can see a little bit later, about a month later, I oathed Amagi, and that got me over the hump. That was my first team that I was able to get Admiral of the Navy with. Was once I oathed Yuki, once I oathed Amagi, and I was able to finally get it. All right. All right. I didn't take any guns off them, so we can get going. Let's get rolling in here. Is the music okay? Is everything? I mean, honestly, I kind of just jumped here. I usually have this whole setup. I have this, like, usually a paper of what I want to get done during a stream. But it's pretty simple today. It's just one to-do list. That's all we're doing. One to-do list. And I just hopped on here 15 minutes ago. So not a whole lot of prep here. But yeah, let's get rolling. This is an easy one. We'll take that out quick. Your first oath was Enterprise. Yeah, guys, let me know in chat. Who was your first oath? I see Prince of Eugen was Ayers. Ayers had Prince of I'm sorry, Prince of Eugen. Prince of Wales. Was Ayers, my bad. 3 a.m. in UK. Wow. Are you early? I mean, we only started approximately 10 minutes ago, and we only have about 101 people here. So, typically the first 30 minutes of a stream, everyone's just rolling in, realizing that I've started, and then we typically hit our peak usually about an hour to 2 hours in, and then people start to leave as they have other things to do. I see Prince Laffy. What? Long Island. Interesting. Akagi. Fortune. That's an interesting one. Yo, what's up? Adam Ska. Another Prince of Wales. A lot of Prince of Wales in here tonight. Shinano was your first oath. That must be you're a new player then. I bet Terminus caps lock key that you won't get Bunker Hill this stream. Thanks, Evil. What happened to your name of being not very evil, huh? Well, what happened to that? Montpellier. Enti. Real life Nimi. My first oath was Z23 and I named her Nimi just for fun. Yet there was another reason why I named her Nimi, but I don't remember. LOL. Okay. Unicorn was your first oath. Okay. Should choose Enterprise over Taiho. Should choose Enterprise over Taiho for this free SR ticket. It really depends what fleet you want to build. But if we're talking about just straight, like who is a better ship, Enterprise is a better ship than Taiho. But at least in my opinion. But if you are wanting to build like a PvE carrier IJN fleet, and you want to use like a Shinano, if you want to use like a Nagato, Shinano, Taiho, that's a pretty heavy damage fleet for PvE. So it really depends on what you want. I would argue this though, from my experience, Enterprise is easier to get. What do you guys think, chat? Taiho or Enterprise? Taiho or Enterprise? My vote would be Enterprise, but I do have to note that like if you're an IJN man, Taiho can be important to you, and I feel like Taiho's harder to get than Enterprise. I know they've been kind of opening up some of these event exclusives a lot over the last couple months. My guide video on that that I wrote in October is completely useless right now, just because like so many things have changed. But what do you guys think, Taiho or Enterprise? I see Enterprise. Depends. NT. Yeah, have I seen a single? There's not a single Taiho really, is there? But yeah, the only reason I would say that you'd want to go for Taiho is just like, of course, if you don't have either one, then we're talking about this. If you have one or the other, go for the one you don't have. Taiho for the voice and the yandere, but NT for the battling. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about this for non-waifu materials. We're talking about this for the meta purposes. Yeah, Taiho can be a little bit more hard to get. That would be the only reason I would say. Like, Enterprise typically rolls around from time to time. Actually, I'm going to look this up. I want to look up... let's take a look. Enterprise here. But I want to see what Taiho is. Because she used to be, like, locked. But how can you get her now? You can get her in special build. And... yeah, you can get her in special build right now, and that's it, obviously, because and then Enterprise you can get in exchange. So yeah, technically it would be easier to get Enterprise because she will roll around the exchange at some point. So if you're going for collection, then maybe the percent odds of rolling an Enterprise is a little bit easier. Alrighty. We probably need to actually probably start using subs or something for some of these. NT is almost always metal shop. Get Taiho. Yeah, so I think head-to-head, Enterprise is just a stronger ship, but Taiho is the rarer ship, so it depends on whether you want the stronger ship now or you want the rarer ship now. And what do you think the next event will be? Well, I'd be shocked if we don't get a USS event before the end of spring. So I can't say for sure that we're going to have the next one's going to be a US event or it's going to be a rerun of Ashen, but I would be a little surprised to be honest. Kane is a meta slave. I'd be surprised if they don't have a US event in the next two major events, or at the very least a rerun of Ashen. But at the same time, I feel like they always like to play a guild mission. Nice. I feel like they always like to play a Japanese event in the spring, because like cherry blossom season in April, super big to them. But we're in February here, so I think there's a very good chance that the next major event is a US one, or at least the rerun of Ashen. and we have that one towards the end of February, early March, and then potentially end of March, early April, we potentially get a Japanese event. But who do you think the next UR gotcha ship is gonna be? That's really hard. I don't think it's gonna be Yamato. I don't know. It's gonna be hard. I don't want to. I can't really guess at who the next UR will be. I can guess at who I can tell you potentially will get URs. I think that we're gonna potentially get a UR from maybe Midway or something like that. But I don't know. Musashi maybe. Yeah, there's a potential that we get Musashi. I think we could potentially get a UR Musashi before we get a Yamato. You really want Iowa? Yeah, I really want Iowa, but I really don't think that I don't know. I could see Iowa not being a UR, but like I feel like a Danish UR. Malum, welcome. Malum, it's pretty late over where you are. Did you have a shift today, Malum? I don't know why I moved that ship there because my fleet's doing absolutely fine without any subs, and I need Albacore to kill the Taiho. Queen Elizabeth retrofit. Texas. I mean, I don't know. Those we have PR ships with those range, and we have like ships similar to those, and I feel like they're all SRs. I just don't see them doing that. USS Alaska would be the equivalent to Azuma. I do not think they'll make USS Alaska a UR. I just don't. I think the IJN bias is going to be strong with that one. And that one's not even going to be hard for them to do because, like, Azuma wasn't a real ship even. Like, so they could argue, like, oh, yeah, Azuma, if it was ever done, would be better than Alaska. I mean, that... But... Please let them retrofit Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, I think Queen Lizzie is going to be retrofitted at some point. I mean, can I say that it's going to be this year? This is all kind of, it's eventually going to happen. I think. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't retrofit her. She has a following. She's in the anime. She's a faction buffer, but she's literally not used in her faction anymore. She's not meta relevant in her faction. Shimakaze, I could see. And I think I said this on the last stream. I could honestly see Shimakaze coming in April as a UR. I could see that just because she was a top tier torpedo ship. She came out and debuted in Crosswaves, but didn't come out here. Like they debuted Sugura in the game and Crosswaves together, and then didn't bring Shimakaze. Like what? Maybe that's because they didn't want to unleash gotcha URs. She's definitely going to be in the game. Historically, she was an oppressive torpedo ship. So, yeah, I don't think that's what will happen. But if it did happen, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, that wouldn't be what I'd put my money on it. But also, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, if it happened. It would just be like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Which collab do you really want to come to Azur Lane? I mean, if you don't know, I'm not a big collab man. So if we never had another collab again, I'd be fine. But I want Hololive EN because I think that would bring the most new players. And I like when new players join the game. I think it's a good game. So if they're exposed to it, that's great. But typically, personally, I would like if no collabs happened, personally for my gameplay. But I also like having a populated game space, and that means we have to continually bring in new players. And collabs are probably one of the best ways to do that. So I'm gonna basically just go for collabs with whatever is popular at the moment, whatever will bring in the most players, and I think Hololive EN would be that right now. What is the best PR1, PR2, and PR3 ships? It really depends, but I think the best PR1 ship is probably Monarch. Although I have a little bit of a bias for St. Louis on the fact that. You know, she was like the ship that I got my first Admiral of the Navy with. She's kind of been outclassed by the new heavy cruisers, but at the time I thought she was like the best PvP cruiser due to her evasion rate and speed boost and all that stuff. So I'd say it's probably Monarch though, if I'm being objective about it. For number 2, it's probably FDG is the strongest ship, but Azuma is the largest difference. So like, FDG is the strongest ship probably in the game, if not Shinano. Shinano's the only one that could probably compete with her. But the next battleships, the best battleships after her, like Georgia and Warspite and Monarch and Nagato, those are all really close. Like you won't see a downput in any PvE category by using those ships, really. I mean, unless you're trying to go for high scores or high speeds, or you're playing PvP, like the difference between an FDG and a George is not going to be too noticeable if you're playing against just like regular PvE content. So I would say FDG is the best, but Azuma, there is literally no good alternative to her. She's just like the beefiest tank out there. So this one I gotta say FDG, but with a note. And then for the third one, I don't know. It's gonna be between Champagne and Drake. I think Drake is really bland, and I think she's just like put big stats on a ship and go burr. And so I'm not a super, I don't know, but yeah. What about BlueStacks? Oh, I use BlueStacks. They also are affiliated with the channel here, so if you use the link in the description, I get a little bit of, the channel gets a little bit of kickback there. But I like BlueStacks. So far it's my favorite emulator. I've tried a few. It's not all of them. There's tons of emulators out there. We're not going to do any exercise for this first one. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a chill, but maybe a little bit later in the stream as I start to need a little bit of exercise to keep myself awake here, we'll do that stuff. But for now, this first run here, we're gonna take a break, maybe stretch out if you're in chat and you're gonna prepare to do some of the exercises with me a little bit later. This is the warm up. Just stretch out your legs. There we go. Could you imagine if Bunker Hill just drops on this one? I would be livid. Be like, come on, I set up this whole thing for you guys. And there. A UR sub, that would be awful. Please don't do that. I don't want to have to level up another sub. I do have to do some I do have to do some exercises in both ways, in PvP, and of course, there are other exercises. No UR subs. Yeah, that would be awful. I don't want to level up another sub, and I also don't want to waste UR bullens on a UR sub, and please don't bring a UR sub into this game. At least not until we can, at least not for like 3 years. I don't want a UR sub for 3 years. That's here. If you're going to bring a UR sub, you can't do it before 2024. Or, yeah. Do it to 2024. How long will this stream be? Well, it will be until I get Bunker Hill, or until I get too tired and have to go to bed. My guess is if I don't get Bunker Hill, it'll probably be like three hours is my guess. There it is, guys. There's the first F. Nick Lasso would be proud. Oh, yeah, because no subs. I saw Nick finally today. He's actually alive. All right, guys, here's the first F. There we go. So, expected. Do you have a video of how PvP points work? Yes, I have 2 guides. A PvP beginner guide, which basically just tells you how PvP works, how all the battling works, and all that stuff. And then I have a second guide, and that is the advanced guide, and that will tell you more than you need to know. People complain that my advanced guide is like 40 minutes or whatever it is, and I'm like, it's called the advanced guide. Like, everything. It'll tell you everything you need to know about the different scoring. It'll tell you everything you need to know about defense fleets and positioning and when to attack and all that jazz. So it goes into all the different mechanics of how the battles work and everything like that. So if you're really into PvP, that's the video for you. That's one of my favorite videos on my channel. That video is probably one of the reasons I started the channel. So, yeah, if you're into PvP, that video is great. If you are not a PvP person, it's probably a little bit much to watch. And that's why that video is not like super popular. I think it only has like 10 or 12,000 views because, oh, sorry for the bump. Because, not that many people actually care that much about PvP. You want to make a run for Admiral of the Navy? soon. Yeah, definitely. Well, this season ends on Sunday, on Valentine's Day. So on Monday, on February 15th, is when the next season starts. So I'd say test out your fleets for the rest of this season. Watch that video. You know, see what you can do. Hone yourself. Get yourself a good strategy. And then on February 14th, you can or 15th, sorry, you can get started. 2 weeks. You got to make sure that you pretty much can log in twice a day every day for 2 weeks if you want to get it. And yeah, and that's the minimum. You probably need to log in 3 or 4 times a day if you actually want to do really well. But if you do a rush strategy, you don't have to lag as much during the season. So it's a fool's bet to guess what ships come in a rerun. I mean, to be fair, we were guessing Polo would be coming in the Italian rerun. Like that wasn't a hard guess. Yes, another ALM stream. We're gonna be streaming until we get Bunker Hill. That's basically the strategy. But it is late here, and I'm tired, so I'm not gonna be streaming for like 10 hours this time. So if we don't get her in a couple hours, we're gonna call it a night, and then we're gonna try again tomorrow night. So I'm glad a lot of you guys actually came out tonight. We started later than usual. Most of the Europeans are asleep, but thanks for coming out. I'm pretty much constantly on, so good. Yeah. Basically, if you need to get the best score, you basically just need to log in, log out like every 15 minutes. That would probably be the best way, and then you need a little bit of luck. But typically, I log in about four or 5 times a day when I'm trying to do well in PvP. So yeah, is Reno good in the long run? Reno actually got a buff. So she has been power creeped by other ships. But she got a buff from her original form. She's definitely not better than San Diego Retrofit, and she's not better than Seattle. It was so is she good? Yeah, she'll be able to clear you through World 13 if you need it. Definitely through World 12 with no problems. But you just have to keep in mind that she's not best in slot. She is not a tier 1 ship. Even with her buff, you still probably want to use Seattle or because Seattle can equip 2 AA guns, which is something really special, or San Diego, who just has absurd anti-air capabilities. Those are the ships you probably want to use. If you need to stay in a faction, you can use like Nuremberg for the KMS, or you can use Isuzu for the IJM. Yo, YouTube notifications betrayed me. I'm late, but ever present. Well, Caleb, we've only done 1 run so far, so you're not that late. And as you can see, because of the to-do list, it's still the same as it's been for the last, well, I was gonna say 9 months, but I didn't even have the to-do list as on my stream before a couple months ago, because actually only like 2 months ago, because I was like, oh, okay, Bunker Hill. Everyone would come on and be like, hey, did you get Bunker Hill? And I'm like, no. And so basically the to-do list came as an idea by G-Man. G-Man came up with this idea to create a to-do list so that when you come in the stream, maybe because you're busy or you came late or whatever, and you wanted to know what I was doing, or if I had gotten Bunker Hill yet, you can just look right down there, and as long as that's there, then I haven't gotten Bunker Hill. That's the answer to you. What will you do after Bunker Hill? My life will be complete, and it will be over. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Probably grind Dewey, but let's be realistic. I'm gonna take a huge break from the main story, stock up some oil. Probably focus mostly on Operation Siren. I need a lot of gold prints. I need 360 gold prints for my plus 13. For my plus 13 457, and I'm over halfway there. I'm almost there. So I'm hoping that I can actually get that 457 to plus 13 in pretty soon, actually. But yeah, my actual next grind will probably be Dewey. There's also a good chance that we get World 14 at some point, and then I'll be focusing on that, and that'll take care of it. I might also go for Nicholas. I haven't gotten Nicholas yet, and I feel like I have to get Nicholas because when I went to Japan and I played those wafer games, you buy like these wafers, and in them they have collectible Azure Lane cards. I seem to always pull Nicholas, so I feel like she should come really quickly when I start grinding for her. So I might go do Nicholas. So we will see whether or not that's the case. Oh, all right. Well, we'll just go up. Oh no, not the ambush. All right. Oh, Caleb. All right. Well, I noticed it before Amagi noticed it. We'll see when Amagi actually gets her coffin here. But Caleb donated $20. Let's go! Bunker Hill better drop. So you can make that video, and I can stop doing these super chats. Yeah, I feel like every video. Oh, there's Amagi. There you go. There's the cough. I feel like Caleb, you keep donating every Bunker Hill stream, and this is almost more painful for you than me. You've been waiting for 6 months for a Bunker Hill video, and you keep donating every one that I'm grinding Bunker Hill. And I hope I can just get her for you. You've been so patient. I appreciate it. Honestly, I heckin' love your content and how you make a niche for yourself as a content creator for this game. Thank you, Caleb. Hopefully I can get her, and once I get her, I'll be rushing her to 120 ASAP, using all the strategies that I laid out in my latest non-stream video on my channel, how to get your ships to level 120. I'm basically gonna be using all those strategies to get her up ASAP for you, and then we can get a video out. I need to see your gear and strats. Yeah, I actually have 2 ideas for a fleet now, because of some changes. So basically, 6 months of this game have gone by, and the strategy I originally had is potentially going to change because of some changes to the way that the game mechanics work. So I'm gonna actually have to test out 2 different ones. Once I get her to 120, I'm gonna probably take a week to test out two different forms, see which one I like better, and then make a video on it. Or, you know, maybe I'll make a video with both. I don't know. Probably one video for both. You guys probably don't want to see all this Bunker Hill videos, but we have to get the girl first. ALM, mind if I ask you what software you use to stream? Well, first thing is I use multiple softwares. Of course, I use the combination of Firefox and Opera GX for, you know, logging into YouTube, doing that sort of stuff. And then in terms of what I play the game on, I use BlueStacks. I have an affiliate link in the description in which supports this channel if you actually download it from there. It is free, completely free to download, and that's in the description of this video. And then in terms of how I screen record it and then send it to the YouTube API, I use OBS, Open Broadcast Software. It is a free and open source application, pretty popular out there. There are a lot of other ones out there that basically just take OBS, which has open source code, and they just add on a little bit, make their own proprietary version. Those all work, but I've never used them. I just use the basic one so that I have the source code and I can compare it right to the actual download one. But yeah, so I use OBS to record, I use BlueStacks to play the game, and then I have a standard browser for opening up YouTube. That's how I stream. No, we want more Bunker Hill videos. Well, you know, if my luck is really bad, you guys will get lucky. How do you like that? When my luck's bad, your luck's good, because then we'll have more streams. Since there is an ammo cache, would another healer carrier like Ryoho be possible switch for DPS? I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Is Ryoho good? Yes, Ryoho's very good. I would say the only healer better than her is Perseus, but Ryoho will Ryoho's really good if you want to farm. Like, if I wanted to make this a 3-1 fleet and be a little bit more oil efficient, Ryoho would probably be amazing. Hello, lad. Good luck this time. Thank you, Leston. But Akashi is the one that gives the +1 ammo, if that's what you're asking. Unless you're asking, like, So are you asking if I should switch Akashi out for Ryoho? Is that what your question is? Just curious, is it much tougher to complete chapter 13 compared to 12? My gears on everything is a huge mess, and I'm thinking it's time to clear it up finally. How do I say that? World 13 is definitely harder than World 12. Yeah, that's not even a question. It definitely is. But yeah, you're not gonna get through World 13 without at least somewhat getting gears. Like, all of your gears need to be somewhat optimized, and they all need to be at least +6. They don't have to be all +10s. You don't have to have the best in slots. Like, you can clear it with whatever, but you do want your ships to be like 118 plus, and you want them to be fully geared with actually decent stuff, and you want at least +6, and otherwise you're gonna have a nightmare at World 13. And mind you, right now I'm on safe mode, so I get a 20% boost to damage here, or I guess take less damage, not boost to my damage. I take less damage. So yeah, Ryoho plus Noshiro means you never die. Probably gonna do that for World 14. I don't know about that, but yeah, still no Bunker Hill. Yep, that's why she's still on the to-do list. Still no Bunker Hill yet, but we'll hopefully get there. What's your favorite ship from each faction? Well, from the U.S. faction, I think it's probably pretty obvious. It's Bunker Hill. If I had to go with a second favorite from the U.S. faction, the runner-up, honorable mention, would probably be Alabama here. The IJN faction, it's going to be Amagi. Runner-up is probably Yukikaze. HMS is this one's hard. I don't know if I have a favorite HMS ship. We'll come back to that one. KMS. My favorite KMS ship is Frederick. Yeah, definitely Frederick is my favorite KMS ship. I don't know if I have a runner-up. My runner-up's probably U-47. And then if we go to Italian, my favorite ship is Vittorio Veneto. And runner-up's probably Eat Honey Be Happy. Yes, that is wrong. That is a little bit wrong. Weird way to pronounce but you know what? I'm going to pull up the Wikipedia, and I'm going to pull up all of the HMS ships. And I'm going to pick a favorite. Anyway, Italian is going to be Vittorio Veneto. Second favorite ship is probably Zara. So for the Russians, my favorite ship is definitely Tashkent, followed by Chappie is probably my second one. The French favorite ship is probably Le Malin. Gosh, my girlfriend would kill me if she heard that pronunciation. And then runner-up would probably be Richelieu. And then, let's see, who else have I missed? I'm just going to keep the French together because it's this. I guess I could do. Yeah, Richelieu is a separate. She's Free France, and Le Malin is Vichy France. So we'll just keep that way. What other factions am I missing? Is it just HM? Oh, Chinese factions. Yatsen. Honorable mentions, probably Yang Sui or whatever. And then, what else? What do we got? I think that's it. All right, let me pull up this. Oh, let me keep this moving because we don't want to actually stall. We want to keep running these as we can. All right. Cool. I don't actually have to move anybody. All right. HMS, Royal Navy. Let's see. What do we got here? All right. Probably Hood, actually. Hood and Perseus are probably my two favorite HMS ships as I'm scrolling through here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Hood and Perseus are my two favorites there. Oh, Penelope's really cute though. I think Penelope, with her new skin, is one of my, what I think is one of the cutest skins. Yo, I love you as a content creator, but your pronunciation is dog water. That is true. Phonics was never my strong suit. And as you can see, still isn't. So, Battle Mage, welcome. I just saw that come up. Welcome to the Seal Squad. You should get a seal that should pop up here eventually. Whenever the Streamlabs, there it is. Streamlabs servers are a little bit slow when you're on a free account. But welcome to the group. You can use all the emotes. You can use all the new Fs. We have obviously the new Bunker Hill grind continues emote that now you can use. So just finished the red objectives in Operation Siren in the West Continental Shelf. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to kick Taiho. All right, I didn't see it pop up. All right, there's another F one. Here we go. FFF. Least favorite ship. Oof. I don't know. I'm gonna make enemies here. I don't know if I have a least favorite ship. They just kind of like the ones I don't care about. I just don't care about. I don't know if I particularly I dislike a particular ship. I probably could come up with one, but I don't know if I have a disfavorite. All right, guys. I think that was my last one of not doing exercises between it. So for now on, we're gonna start doing exercises because we need Bunker Hill to actually show up. So what do you guys want to do for the first exercise here? Do we want I don't know how many exercises. What exercise you want to do? Push-ups. Usually I start off with push-ups just because those are simple. People understand what they are. So usually I start off with push-ups. There's a lot of Kents. All right. I think Illustrious still needs to be enhanced here. And I don't really use her, although she's pretty effective. Military push-ups. Your least favorite ship is... Time for that 6-pack with ALM. Yeah, that's how we're gonna get it. What happens if I get a 6-pack before I get Bunker Hill? Oh, by the way, this ship is adorable. I just she's terrible. She's dog shit, but she's adorable. So I'm probably gonna actually keep a slot for her, a dock space for her. Just because. She's also event exclusive, so maybe someday she'll get a retrofit. Do you recommend leveling up Oh, I got ambushed. Come on. Right off the bat. Didn't even care. All right, anyway, to your question. Do you recommend leveling up U-37? It depends what you have. I think when we tested her, she's the 4th best submarine in the KMS faction. So if you have the 3 best submarines, then I don't really see a particular need for you to level her up because she's not necessarily better than the ships. Yeah, I would say if you're newer and you don't have 3SR stuff or you want to build she's a good ship. I think one of her advantages, she has a really good advantage here, especially for newer players, is she's not necessarily she doesn't need to be, she's more like U-47 in that she doesn't need to be in a KMS faction. And so because she's not needing to be in a KMS faction, it means that if you're a newer player and you have Albacore, which you can pick up in the PvP shop or something like that, it allows you to not be forced to be using KMS. What are the 3 best submarines? Well, this is a tricky question because I typically say the best sub in the game is U-47, hands down. But I say technically the 2nd best sub in the game is I-13, but that's with an asterisk because you want the best sub fleet in the game is going to be the triple KMS, which means you don't use I-13, and that is a U-47. She's like tier 0 sub, and then you have tier 1 subs like U-96 and the other one. What is it? 86. I'm really bad with these numbers. I gotta go look up the subs. It's the pink-haired one. The one that's on the, is it 86? U86? Let me go look. Oh, it's 81. That's what it is. U81. So U96, U81, and U47 are the three, is the best sub fleet right now. But I-13 is such a good sub. It's just like, it's not like she buffs the other subs. So I would say there's like an asterisk there because U13 is amazing, but unfortunately she doesn't have this like triple oscillating KMS boosts around the table when you run a triple German U-boat fleet. So I'd recommend anyone to use 96, 81, 47. I am leveling up my I already leveled up my I-13 too for my second subfleet. I'm also leveling up my 96 to replace my 101 because I had started my 101 first. That was the first sub I really had. So she was up to 120. And a 120 ship is always going to be better than not. So, but yeah, so we're probably going to build a second fleet at some point. And U-47 is pretty good about not having to be in a KMS faction, which is kind of nice. I mean, she's decent. She's better in a KMS faction. She just doesn't like have to be in it. Alrighty. U556 is really cute. Is that the? I think I know which one you're talking about, and I think the answer is yes. Yeah, I mean, hold on a second. We're gonna pause. Oh, never mind. I can't actually. After this, I want to show you guys something in response to that KMS technology part here. Anyway, is the munition ship Kashino usable? I can't tell if the buffs she gives are worth the loss of the slot. Usable? Yeah, I mean, you can definitely clear content with her. Bested in slot or recommended? Not really right now. Maybe we'll get better equips in the future. Hopefully we'll get an SR munition ship in the future. I-13, Cavella, and Albacore is a solid subfleet, though. I would argue that's quite possibly the best. If you have to build a fleet using 0 U-boats, and I don't know why you'd restrict yourself to that, but let's say you had to build a fleet with 0 U-boats, I would say that is the optimal 0 U-boats fleet. Yes. Cavella, Albacore, whatever. I-13. Yeah, I agree. Oh, U556 is the one near Bismarck. That's not the one I'm thinking of, to be honest. I was thinking of, I actually have hers, so I can just go down to where she was. Although this is enhanced. All right, so we're gonna make it non-enhanced, and we'll make it subs. I hate U-boats just because they're random numbers, and I don't remember the numbers. 522. I knew she was in the 500s. This one. U556 is this one. So this is all the subs that I have. I'm surprised I kept these. These are terrible. She's pretty good too. I forgot about her. If you have the Fubuki and you have the item, she's pretty good. But yeah, best sub, second best sub, third best sub in terms of the faction. Best, second best, third best. I haven't leveled her yet, and I'm not really rushing to do it because I have her, and she's not. She buffs what? Accuracy, and she buffs evasion. Well, subs already are invisible, so it doesn't really matter that they have evasion. But it does make your subs survive a little bit earlier if you like screw up and launch them early. So that's kind of a nice. But in terms of like min-maxing DPS, she's better. And then she obviously, the reason why she's even on here is because of this skill. 10% extra damage to your main fleet whenever you press the button is pretty nutso. So that's why she's up there. Plus the fact, like, this plane's fun now. All right, let's go back to enhanceable. What I wanted to show you guys was when you were talking about fleet tech. Well, actually, only one print, really? I needed more than one print. We'll just do that. Low on resources, we'll do that. We want fleet tech. There you go, guys. That is German engineering. That's the max level that you can get the Iron Blood faction. You can't go any higher than this. Max level. So there you go. Too bad I joined the game after the VTuber collab ended. Honestly, the collab events typically tend not to be very good ships. Dead or Alive was kind of an exception. Dead or Alive had a lot of very solid ships. Like the Destroyer from that event was very good. Hanukkah was actually like pretty good as well. I would say that yeah, Hololive, Fubuki, and Aqua were decent. Everyone else was pretty trash. And then for the Dead or Alive, the pink-haired battleship was pretty decent, and so was the Destroyer. But most event ships are pretty trash. Yeah, Fubuki is actually really neat because she offers aviation damage, which actually became super relevant when we talk about because right afterward, before that they had no ACV, and then right after Fubuki came out, they brought in the ACV category, which means that you need to have like so much aviation. So that was kind of funny. Yeah, Maria Rose is pretty good. Misaki is the heavy cruiser. She's decent for newer players, but like they would absolutely swap her out. But like Maria Rose, if you level her up and oath her, like arguably there's not going to be much that's going to make you change her. Yeah, she has a funky dive bomber slot. Yeah, I think they improved that later when they started bringing in ships like the Vanguard ships. What was it? I think it was Leymaline Mew. I think it was Leymaline Mew, where like instead of having a dive bomber slot and being clunky, they just gave her a barrage with a bomber, basically with aviation damage. And so ALM, what's your answer to the eternal question? Waifu over meta or meta over waifu? Well, here's what I like to do. What I like to say here is this channel is to give you the, basically it's to give you what is the meta, what are the strategies, and so you know. But if you actively want to ignore them, that's fine. That doesn't bother me at all. Like, I give you the tools of how to figure out what the meta is, or whatever, and then you guys can just choose to ignore them. I feel like half of my viewers choose to ignore it, which is fine, and I have no problem with that. That's one of the fun things about Azur Lane is unlike most gacha games, which they monetize the gacha system, and they try to get you to get these rare ships and spend money to get them if you don't. And what they tend to do is they tend to make a meta that you have to use to actually do it, to encourage you to actually spend money on the gacha. But Azur Lane's monetization scheme is around you getting the ship you want, and then you like getting attached to them, and then you buying skins for them. And for that reason, they've built a game where like there's a meta, there's a way to do it fastest, there's a way to get a high score, but the equipments are so much more important than the ships that and the level is so much more important than anything else, that if you are max leveled and that you have all the best equipments, you can pretty much clear everything in the game. I mean, if you're trying to go for a high score in EX mode, or you're trying to like, maybe win in PvP, you might be locked a little bit to certain ships. But for the most part, like even PvP gives you a 20% boost on the offensive side. So generally, you are free to use whatever you want. I mean, that's why you see a lot of meme PvP ships or fleets. All right. So I don't know. I don't really. Typically, I play for meta, but I also like. Here's how I like to do it. I typically like to pick a waifu, one waifu, and I try to then build a meta fleet around her. So not the most meta fleet. I tend to want to build the most effective tactics available given a certain restriction. So that restriction, for example, might be to put Bunker Hill in my fleet. And so what is the most effective tactics I can use to make Bunker Hill the best ship that she can? What equipments do I put on her? What ships do I pair with her? Where are those synergies? So like maybe I don't like Georgia at all, but Georgia's really good with Bunker Hill. So I'll make a fleet for Bunker Hill. Or like if you look at any of my PvP build a fleet videos, they all typically have a restriction. Very rarely do I be like, oh, here's the best. I think that was my first one. Like, here's the best one. That one's outdated. But typically I'm like, oh, restriction to only Chinese and Soviet ships, or restriction to only use like whatever restrictions that I particularly have. I mean, I think one time I did a French building fleet and I didn't put any restrictions other than having to put a French ship in it, and it was basically just Richelieu and St. Louis, and everyone in the comments were like, this is not a French fleet, you lie, clickbait, terrible. Not everybody, but there were more than one. And so I was like, oh, okay. So typically I like to put a restriction, like a self-imposed restriction, and then build the meta around that restriction. That's what I like to do. Effective. I like that, Sivian. Notary to rush level skills if you just gonna end up using your skill book a lot faster. Not gonna lie, I'm on the same page as you, Ellen. Pick one waifu, build a fleet around her, then get more waifus. Yeah, exactly. What do you think they will? When do you think they'll bring back Shinano? I know she came out not that long ago, but for people who like Miss, I hope she comes back soon. When they released her, they did say that she would be going to the general build pool within a reasonable time frame. I don't think it'll be like right away, but I think that there's a good chance that she's in the general build pool before this time next year. So I would not be too concerned, because I know when they were talking about her, they're like, and we want to make sure that she will definitely come back to the build pool. They confirmed she would kill him to the build pool. They didn't give a time frame, so you know, in theory, they could do it in 10 years, and they would have withheld their word. But they did say that she would go to the general build pool when she did come out. So when that time frame is, I'm not sure, but I would be surprised if it's like, I'd be surprised if February 2022 we don't see another Shinano. To be fair. I built fleets around buffs like Nagato and Bismarck. I mean, typically, yeah, those two are just so strong faction buffs. It'd be like, why not? Why wouldn't you? But she would probably go to normal build probably on the 3rd UR release. That makes sense. I could see it. Yeah. I have a KMS fleet around Graf Zeppelin. Well, with Graf Zeppelin's new boost and the new torpedo bomber that came from the converging torpedo bomber that came from the Gear Lab now, Graf Zeppelin actually is probably what I'd call a meta variant of, I would call her meta for if you're restricting yourself to KMS only. Like Bismarck plus Graf is very good. Yeah. Ashen Rerun is running really late, suspiciously so. I mean, there's not really ever been events that we never get, right? It's gonna come eventually. But like we just had the Italian rerun. Now we're having a mini event. I don't think the next event will be a rerun. It could be. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just a guess. But my guess is they need to make new content. I mean, the last time we got new ships was December. And so, and then before that, before December, the 2 events we had before were Mew ships, which is not like really new ships. They're just ships put with idle stuff. By the way, there's another F, and we forgot to do our push-ups. I totally cleared through that and forgot my push-ups. All right, we're gonna do them this time. All right, my bad. I was distracted trying to answer your questions. But yeah, we're gonna do push-ups this time. We didn't even decide on how many there were, but we're gonna say 17 because that's 13 plus 4, and we're doing 13 4. So we're gonna do 17 push-ups. I'm gonna remember this time. And now I lost my train of thought on what I was talking about. I gotta scroll back. Oh, Ashen. Oh, I'm talking about why I don't think there'll be a rerun for the next event. I think it'll be an original event because before December, we had 2 events. We had a collab event, and then we had a the Mew event. And so those 2 events were kind of like meh. So we had literally, if we look, we had Shinano event, filler rerun, KMS event, filler rerun, right? So I think we have a big event coming up next. I hope it's a USS event. Maybe it's an event with Indomitable in it, which would be kind of interesting since a lot of people just got Formidable for the first time because the Italian event was an old event, like a really old event. So there's a good chance that they might do like a British one with Indomitable maybe. They could do an IJN event again, maybe bringing Shimikaze or something. Or probably what's most likely is to do a USS event, which brings us actually an SR battleship from the US. That's good. We'll see, though. I'm going to do 9 because it's 13 minus 4. Let's save 9 for something else. No IJN, please. Honestly, like IJN's cool. I don't have anything against the faction. Like it's a cool faction. It's the faction I use the most, actually, largely because it's meta. But it's the faction I use the most. It's a cool faction. But yeah, they got to give love to another faction, and I think the least loved faction lately has been the USS faction because KMS got Frederick. I mean, so you could argue that KMS had the strongest ship in the game, even though the rest of their faction was meh. And then you had the British faction, not too much, but they did get Perseus, the best healer in the game, and they did get Hao, who is a huge upgrade over Hood in the same category, and then obviously the KMS, not only did they got Frederick, but they recently just got a new event, and they got Prince Heinrich in that. Peter was a little bit of a disappointment, but it's whatever. They still got an event at least, and Peter looks sick, even though she might not be like as good as Graf. Graf got a boost. She literally just got straight buffed. They modified her skills to make her better, and yeah, I'm expecting the new pasta event soon. I would love it. I would literally, if the new pasta event comes, I would drop all my cubes to get Vittorio Veneto, but I just don't see it. Like they typically don't do minor factions back to back. Like think about the Russian event, like, or whatever. I mean, minor factions just don't get stuff too back to back, but I guess the French did, right? Because they had the rerun with Les Malines, and then that's, I believe, when I got Jean. And then Richelieu came right after that too. So actually, it's possible. I don't think it will be the case, but I guess it would be. Yeah, I know. I was trying really hard to get Jean because I never got Jean the first time around because I was a newbie and I didn't want to waste cubes, and I really didn't like Jean that much. So I didn't get her. And then this time I ran around and I was like, I have to get her now. And then I was like, oh, the Chinese release that they were getting the other French event. And I was like, oh my gosh, Richelieu is so good. Screw my cubes being spent on Jean. And then I was like, halfway through, I was like, but I actually need Jean to pair with Richelieu. So, rip me. I think that was pretty close to the lowest I had cubes. Was probably right after that event. But luckily, after that, they did a rerun of Nagato event. Which I had the whole event banner on that, except obviously the rerun ship, which was I-13. But I got her pretty early to my luck. Alabama is basically the best USS ship for her mob queen ship. I would go as far to say is that Alabama is the best mob battleship for World 13 out there. I mean, she's got amazing AA, she's got amazing stats, she's got a good barrage, and then she has that just like broken, busted skill. It's really hard to find a better mob fleet design than Alabama. I mean, she sucks in almost every other game mode. Well, not sucks. She's her base stats are good, but Jeanne d'Arc is busted in Operation Siren. She can heal. Oh yeah, Jeanne d'Arc is actually pretty good. Yeah, the French got a lot of love. They got Jeanne d'Arc and Richelieu, and even Algery's not bad. And who else did they get in that event? That event was loaded with good ships. Algery was good. Jeanne d'Arc was good. Richelieu is busted. So yeah, that was a good event for the French. So the last time the U.S. got a good ship was Alabama. I feel like, I guess Georgia. Georgia was a good ship, but they still did her dirty because they gave her main gun 2 instead of main gun 3. So like basically Georgia is like 70% chance at being busted and 30% chance at being like weak. And it's just like, come on. Oh, Bremerton was okay. She's still not as good as Baltimore, in my opinion. I think Baltimore is better than Bremerton. Bremerton just always seems to die on me, and Baltimore just seems to have more. I don't know. I've used both. I use them both. A lot of times I use them together, and I just have found myself benefiting from. Sorry about that. I found myself benefiting a lot more from Baltimore than Bremerton. But yeah, Bremerton's good. Reno post buff is pretty okay. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. She's worse than Seattle, and she's worse than San Diego, and she's an AA only boat. So why are we talking about it? I mean, she's like pretty good though, if you put her with a bunch of U.S. carriers and whatnot. But it's just, I mean, I said this earlier in the stream, so I don't want to repeat too much. But she has better alternatives. Late Terrible is most likely to be on the Skybound or Ontario rerun. That's an interesting guess. Georgia has 6 guns in her design, so if you run 3-shot, if you run a 3-shot gun, it is historical. Well, I'm just saying they gave her a main gun too, so that was a little bit weird. That's all I gotta say. It was a little bit weird. Is Azuma usable at Dev 20? Depends what you're trying to use her for, but I typically tell people that Azuma is usually you want to be at 25. However, I started leveling my Azuma right away, and once I got her to level 100 and Dev 15, I started putting her in things. Was she dying? Was she like great? No. If you're talking about PvP, no, Dev 20 is probably not enough. But if you're talking and like high ranking PvP, not like mid tier, like experience gaining PvP where you don't care if you lose. But if I typically say Dev 25 because at that point, Azuma's main feature is that she has a massive, thick health pool, and that's not maxed out until Dev 25. What she gets from Dev 25 to Dev 30 is like efficiency on her main gun. I think it's 15%, if I recall correctly. And that's good. You definitely want that, but you don't need it when her main function is to just tank all of the shells. So that's why I say 25. But if you want to start leveling her at Dev 20, that's fine. Like, you need to almost do that if you want to oath her and get her at 200 affinity soon enough. How long did it take you to finish your first PR ship? My first one took a while, and then afterward they get easier. My first one, I also was dumb. I should have started on Monarch, because Monarch is the easiest one. You get a ton of good HMS battleships, and good is relative, but you get a ton of battleships that are actually usable. I mean, even like Nelson and Queen, like you can use them, and you get the flagship buff, you get the MVP buff. They buff each other with Queen Elizabeth, and if you get Hood and Howe, they buff each other. So you can run like a triple lineup there, and just totally run a 3-1 fleet and cruise through Monarch really easy on PR1. And it's actually easier now because you can actually start on Georgia. In Georgia, you can have Langley, Essex, and I don't know, whatever SR US carrier you want. To get clear through Georgia really much faster. But back when I started in PR, we were still locked to ship classes instead of being locked to Vanguard main fleet. So that made it take a little bit harder to find the ships you wanted to use. So for example, for Rune, you need to use those fantastic cruisers, and most of the cruisers that were KMS were those like Koln and Kongsberg or whatever. Those terrible. I grinded most of my Rune on those freaking common ships. That was terrible. And then finally, like the Graf Spey event came, and I was like super excited because I was like, oh my gosh, I can grind Rune on a ship that actually has like some DPS. And then yeah, that was anyway. The point, I'm sidetracking here. I started on St. Louis, which means I was locked to heavy cruiser US, which was basically meant that I had to grind Portland, Indianapolis. I don't even know what my third one was, but it took a while. It took like 2 months, maybe I think 2 months probably, before I finally got her. So that was long. It was probably over 2 months, but it's probably closer to 3 months on that first one, because I was not. My ships weren't leveled, and I wasn't being able to do like 12-4 to grind them, and I wasn't optimized, and I was once again locked into the US heavy cruisers, which were terrible. So yeah, it took a while, but nowadays I can usually get one done in a month. So yeah, first one was St. Louis, because she definitely was what I needed, because I didn't have a good cruiser lineup at that point, but I had Amagi and Nagato, so I didn't really need Monarch. That was really what it was. That's why I chose St. Louis, is because I needed St. Louis. I didn't have a good heavy cruiser when I first started, but I started on Amagi. I pulled Amagi. Yukikaze came out. I pulled a Yukikaze, and Nagato came out after that, and I pulled her. So I had Nagato, Yukikaze, and Amagi right off the bat, and I was like, okay, what do I need to actually? And of course I had Juno from just dropping. So it was like, okay, what do I need to actually be competitive? I need a good heavy cruiser, and so that's why I went first, St. Louis first. All right, folks, I didn't forget this time. We're doing push-ups. If you want to give me all the best luck, do 13 plus 4 push-ups, which is 17 for those of you not so good at math. But if you can't get all the way to 17, you can also do 9, because 13 minus 4 is 9. So do your 9 or 17 push-ups with me, and then type done in the chat when you are done. I will, I'm not gonna be by my mic, so you might not hear me very well, but I'm gonna shout out my counting, so maybe you'll hear me vaguely, and then we'll come back. So type done, go do your 17 or 9 push-ups, type done in the chat, and then we're gonna do this run. It is sweat for Bunker Hill, and maybe she'll finally come. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Whew. All right, I'm getting better because I did 17 push-ups and on 0 of them. A total of 0. My elbows cracked. So that was not the case when I started grinding Bunker Hill a little while ago. So you know we're getting better there. All right, let's see. We got a lot of duns here. All right, let's read off the duns while they're playing. All right, MX Tongue is done. Joe Zhang is done. Aindami is done. Sana is done with her 9. One Cheeky Git is done. Caitlin is done. Bolden did 9, but he is done as well. Lewis is done. Alex is done. Chavlog Banton is done. Should I grind for Georgia or Champagne first? That really depends what you want to do, but I would probably if you have Richelieu, go Champagne. If you don't have Richelieu, go Georgia. Will Phillips is done. Let's see. Alabama 17. Julian New is done. Shade is done. IDK is done. Woobles is done. Riojo is done. Loft Panzer is done. Martin is done. David is done. Did I get Ibrahim is done. Did I get them all? No, Atomic is done. Have you heard? No, I've not kept track. If I actually kept track of how many, I'd go insane. I don't want to keep track. I think we actually like kind of calculated that it's probably over 1,000. But like I said, I haven't kept track, so I could be way off. And I don't really want to start now. It's just not worth it to me. I'm gonna keep track by days. But like once again, I did 0 Bunker Hill grinds during the Shinano event. I did 0 during the whole German event. I didn't do any during the Italian event. So like I don't do them during events that I really want. There is no Bunker Hill there. There's a lot of monkeys in chat though. Joining late, Felix, welcome. Only popping in for a few minutes. Best of luck, mate. Well, thank you, Felix, for at least stopping by. And yeah, so maybe Felix will give us enough luck to get her on the next time. So next time we'll probably do sit-ups. That's probably what we're gonna do next time. Yeah, a little bit slow. All right, back in we go. I'm really curious what the drop rate is. We're pretty sure it's close to 0.75%, just because that's what a Kagi is. But we don't really know, and if we're just going on my sample alone, it would be a lot. But then you got Ander over there, and Ander got it in, like, what, 4 attempts? Yeah. It'd be fun to calculate off video reruns. Yeah, I typically run about 20 to 30 runs on a stream. And I don't even know how many streams I did. I've done quite a many streams where I've grinded Bunker Hill. If you guys are new, you probably don't know. But for those of you who have been here for a while, the Bunker Hill meme has... Well, it's existed long enough for me to commission an artist to make a shirt that says the grind continues. That is how long the Bunker Hill meme has been going around here in the ALM community. Long time. Is Hero Meta better than Essex and Formidable? That depends. I personally think Essex is better, but she's on par with Essex, which Essex is the second best carrier in the game. So I would argue Hero Meta is second or third best carrier in the game. If we're talking PvE, if we're talking PvP, that's a different story. I mean, like, there's still game modes, but if we're talking like just straight like clearing chapters, I would say Hero is probably second or third. Hero Meta is probably the second or third best ship. Alan, what do you think of the new sub meta is? What do you think the new sub meta is? We already talked about this a little bit earlier, so I'll just say it briefly. U81, U96, and U47. Bunker Hill, I'm trying to get Chokai months later. Yikes. These month-long grinds. Oof. I'd put Hero Meta in the top 5 CVs right now. Oh yeah, she definitely is in the top 5. Not a question. Top one is probably Shinano. Second one I would argue is Essex. Third one's probably Hirumeta. Fourth one I probably would go with Centaur. And then probably the fifth one's maybe Formidable or something like that. That probably be my ranking right now. Best carrier in the game, Shinano. That's not really a question. She's got 2 torpedo slots for a total of an absurd amount of torpedo bombers. What is it, 6? And then she gets 1 from the barrage. She gets 7 torpedo bombers, and you can put them all homing. That's just nuts. 7 homing torpedoes on the second highest aviation stat in the game. That's pretty good. So yeah, Shinano. I mean, not to mention she, like, one of the biggest things about carriers was that they would die too quickly. Their HP is not great, and they're usually medium armor. Well, her HP pool is amazing, and she's heavy armor, and so she has no survivability issues. And then hidden carrier mechanics come in, and it's like, oh, she's hidden for the first like part of the battle. So yeah, she's good. Best carrier is Bunker Hill. Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Shinano's not best carrier in the game. It's Bunker Hill. That's why we're grinding for her. In case anyone can't detect sarcasm there. That was sarcasm. Leveling Bunker Hill is worthwhile just for the memes. Leveling Bunker Hill is worthwhile on the off chance that we actually get good U.S. battleships. Bunker Hill is only as good as the best U.S. battleship. And given the best U.S. battleship right now is Georgia, who is outclassed by Warspite, Howe, FDG, like Monarch, Nagato, Rishlu, Amagi. It makes her not as good. But let's say we get USS Iowa coming in 2 weeks, and USS Iowa's busted good. Now Bunker Hill gets busted good. That's another reason why I really want Bunker Hill. She's not fantastic right now. She's not a meta ship right now. But she has potential. She reminds me of Cooper. Cooper is trash. I mean, she's not a good ship right now. But let's say we get World 14 and our final boss is a submarine that we can't detect. Or we get an event where it's all subs or something like that. Like, oh, then Cooper becomes like meta. Like, Cooper becomes the new Sandy. Remember when Sandy was absolute trash and we're like, oh, AA's garbage. We don't need AA. What is this? And then everyone's like, Sandy's a joke. And then they're like, but Sandy's not a joke because World 12 is here. I remember that because like we started playing. Oh, sorry for the bump. But yeah, it was like, oh yeah, AA is not useless or is useless. And we're kind of like right now we're like anti-submarine warfare is useless. They're gonna make it useful. Well, maybe they won't, but I feel like they will. And so it's just like, okay, it's Cooper. I was like, you have so much speculative power for ASW. Yeah, like that's why I want Odin and like Cooper, because those ships are not good right now. They really aren't. But if we ever get content that needs AWS, no, not Amazon Web Services, ASW, anti-submarine warfare. My bad. Anyway, if we need ASW in the future, Cooper and Odin are going to be probably top tier for that. So I have them, in the works for that potential. I did mean converging torpedoes. Homing torpedoes are the ones from the actual, like, the Vanguard. The converging torpedoes are what are from the torpedo bombers. Yes, correct. They changed ASW for a reason. Yeah, I know. They before they changed ASW, when did they change that? They changed it a couple months ago. It was kind of a lackluster thing because ASW didn't matter, and so when they changed it, it didn't actually affect anyone's gameplay. I think I made some Twitter announcements on it, so I'd probably have to scroll through my Twitter feed to see when they actually changed it. But they made some changes, and basically what it did is before that, you had to use Warspite, Odin, or Cooper to really like, or a light carrier. You need to use light carriers, Cooper, Odin, Warspite to do your ASW. And then now they made it where basically like every destroyer I think can like do it. Like they made it much easier. Like they debuffed it. Z Fleet for the win. No way. What if we found out that TB actually runs on AWS. Yeah, I could see it. I could see everything runs on AWS. Did you guys know that the U.S. State Department website runs on AWS? I didn't know that, but I learned that this year. That was some, or I guess I learned that in 2020. So, but I learned that last year that the U.S. State Department runs on AWS and uses WordPress. I thought that was hilarious. I don't know why that was so funny to me. It was like, oh, okay. Do you think Iowa will be an Eagle Union flagship buffer? No, I think they'll reserve that for Missouri. That's my guess. My guess is that Missouri will get it, but also there's a good chance that no U.S. ship gets it. They kind of like the fact, like they go by the fact that the U.S. faction is a bunch of individuals and they don't have too many buffs. I mean, Bunker Hill and Baltimore are like really, Baltimore are like the really only buffs. I guess Essex gives some protection, but really they don't have any good faction buffs. Still no Bunker Hill. Yep, that's the go. That's really it is. Best CV is the HMS Habakkuk. I mean, if she ever appears, yeah, yes. Prince of Wales is the U.S. buffer. That is correct. Prince of Wales is the U.S. buffer right now. She is. And that's actually one of the ships I was potentially thinking of using. Was using Prince of Wales for my U.S. fleet. But I don't know. Wait, Alabama gives extra 1 bullet? No, that's Akashi. Akashi gives extra 1 bullet. Prince of Wales is the USS faction buffer. It's not a good faction buffer if you can't buff yourself. Like Nagato, Rishlu, they buff themselves. There's Juno. There's Juno. Yeah, there's no point. Why would you have a faction buffer that doesn't buff itself? They represent freedom. Yeah, exactly. Which ship gets the Valentine's gift this year? Any ship you want in your leftmost secretary, but it can't be a Bolin and it can't be a collab ship. If you put a collab ship or a Bolin into the leftmost slot, you will get a Kashi instead. But any of the actual like real ships, the ones that like existed, I guess they don't have to exist because PRs can do it, but any of the ships in the game that aren't collabs or aren't Bolins, you will get a special gift from them. So you get to pick which one, more or less. You just have to do it by Saturday. Well, you have to do it by Saturday, not just on Saturday before you log out. Do it. Put whatever ship you want your chocolates from on that, and then that's what you got to do. Yes, Prince of Wales got a lot better after the new buffs that they added back in December. Those buffs really made Prince of Wales a lot better with her preloaded. That really helps there. Monarch is yours. She beat out Cheshire. I feel like I asked this last stream, so I'm kind of tentative to ask it again, but I'll probably ask it in the future a little bit later. About which skins you guys are interested in, or not which skins, which ships you guys are interested in getting the chocolates from. You can never go wrong with Ryoho Unicorn Lusty. That's a lot. All right, guys, time for sit-ups. How many sit-ups we got, guys? Let's go with... Well, I don't know. Let's go with... There are 224 people here. Let's drop off that singles digit. We're going to do 22. We're going to do 22 sit-ups. If for some reason you can't do sit-ups with me, then, maybe you can do crunches if that's a little bit easier. So when you're done, type done in chat. And I'm going to step away from the mic here so I can do my 22 sit-ups. See you guys in a little bit. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Alrighty. So really, the question is, who's gonna win? Bunker Hill. Am I gonna get Bunker Hill first, or am I getting an 8-pack first? That's the question we have today. I see Ainami is done. I see Zhang is done. Ryoho is done. Andin is done. Atomic is done with 22. I just got some water. If you guys need some water, go ahead, get some water. And we got Alex is done. Wobbles is done. Martin is done. IDK is done. Alrighty. We're going to start the battle here. Anyone else who needs to finish up, go ahead and do that. As long as it's before Taiho explodes into dust, I think it counts. Done. No trouble for these strong legs. We're doing sit-ups. What do you need legs for? That's your core, man. Felix, you're done and heading out after this fight. Well, thank you, Felix, for contributing your 22 sit-ups. And I appreciate you making it out here. This fleet's doing okay on full auto. We also, if you guys haven't noticed, we brought Albacore as one of our subs just to get some luck from Taiho, get her to drop Bunker Hill. You actually did it! Nice! You got any tips for recovering oil after using all that? My best tip is don't use oil. Don't do your 12-hour commissions. By the way, I've not done my 12-hour commissions all week because I plan on actually using oil for the Bunker Hill grind. So you're welcome, guys. So don't use your 12-hour commissions. Don't spend oil. Only do one daily mode per day. Make sure you do commissions every hour. Don't obviously spend oil on anything, like other than like your 3 hard modes a day, your 1 daily. Do Operation Siren, and there's a big F in here. It is big F. Big F. Wait, what is sit-ups? That's where you like you lay on the ground. You usually put your knees. Or you like put your knees up, your feet on the ground, and then you lift your head to your knees, using your ab to do it. All right, we're gonna do it again. All right, Felix. Well, if we do end up getting Bunker Hill tonight, there'll probably be an explosion on my Discord server, and so you'll probably know, and there'll definitely be a timestamp in this stream if we end up getting her before the end of the night. Thank you for showing up, Felix. I appreciate it. And yeah, all the new members. We got a bunch of new members in the last week. All the new members now have their new Bunker Hill grind still continues. So you feel free to spam those instead of Fs if you want to, change it up. Or I also very much appreciate all the Fs too. So thank you for all the Fs. Either one works for me. Bunker Hill drop. Avoid me like Enterprise evasion proc. Enterprise always does seem to be. like procking her Owaria whenever I'm facing her. Wait, there's a 12-hour commission? No, there's a 10-hour commission that costs 1,200 oil. If I said there's 12 hours, I misspoke. There's a 10-hour commission that costs 1,200 oil. So I don't know. I probably misspoke. There's a very good chance I misspoke. So I do apologize. It is a 10-hour commission that costs 1,200 oil. That's okay, Mackerel. I do dumb things too. I think I was on stream and I was like, what was it? Oh yeah, I was talking about Operation Siren, and I was like, oh yeah, for Operation Siren you need 4 times 6 ships, which is 4 times 6 ships, which is 36. It's like, no, that's 24, you dumbo. To be fair, I had been streaming for many hours and I was tired, but yeah, I was like, that's how you know that's how you know you're not doing well, when you can't do your basic multiplication tables. When I was a lot younger, I used to over the summer I would always tutor, not always, but like over the summer I would tend to go to summer school to go tutor like 3rd graders on their mathematic multiplication tables. So I thought the fact that I can't do them, they're probably disappointed in me. Best KMS PvP Vanguard. Ooh, that depends. Well, yes, Operation Siren is definitely 27. It's 4 times 6, which is 24 ships, and then the 3 subs. Yeah, it is definitely 27. But I totally just said 36. Plus 3, 39. Yeah, nope, that was wrong. Yeah, so for the best KMS Vanguard, back to that. Rune Mew, Prince Heinrich, Leipzig, and Mainz. Those are the only 5 ships that you really have to choose from. Personally, I like to leave out the runes, and I just like to be simple and basic and go Leipzig, Prince Heinrich, Mainz. If you don't have the Prince for Mainz to get her to depth 30, then you can swap in a rune. If you're on offensive, do Rune Mew. If you want to be defensive, which most of the time you want to be offensive, but if for some reason you want to be defensive, you can go rune basic. But typically, like for most content in Azur lane, it's better to be offensive. Meta, my fleet consists of 6-star Tirpitz, Taiho, Washington. Well, there's not very much synergy there now, is there? Even like Tirpitz literally gets her skill shut off from Washington. That backline needs a little bit of rework for some synergy. And Lem, did you know Azuma cries when you head pat her with her skin? She does? I didn't know that. No. To answer your question, I did not know that. I have her skin, but I don't really head pat her. Yeah, Tirpitz with another battleship that isn't Bismarck? What is going on? Yeah, you definitely have to... No one in PvP has ever said, oh no, it's a KMS fleet. That is very true. Every KMS fleet I've ever seen, I'm just like, oh, easy win. Free win. I mean, the only time that I'm like... I was a little bit nervous when some people were coming out with double 457 guns on Nagato and FDG with an Amagi. So they were playing Namagi FDG for their backline with 2 457s. There was only like 2 people in my server that actually had that set up. But a depth 30 FDG with Nagato and Amagi and 2 457s. And I was just sitting there like, crap. I definitely had to reset a few times on that. But anyway, yeah, definitely outside of just like FDG paired with other meta ships, like Kamos is not that scary. Tirpitz Perseus Graph. Someone really liked Tirpitz. Honestly, it's really hard to recommend using Tirpitz without Bismarck. Like, Bismarck is like usually what I would, yeah, probably Bismarck, Tier Pits, Graph. I mean, FTG is just straight better, but at least you don't have to get like 500 DR prints for Turpits. Still waiting on your Bunker Hill. Yes, I am. Or unless you're saying you're waiting, well then, yes, you are. A lot of waiting for Bunker Hill. We have... Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do if we don't get her before Valentine's Day. That would be pretty disappointing. Turpits is your highest level ship. Well, you know, you can change that by leveling other ships. Like, she doesn't have to always be your highest level ship. Feels sad, man. Yeah. I don't have much to say other than, yeah, I agree with you. 9 months of grinding one ship should not be a thing. When I get her, I think I'm just gonna, like, pin her. I have a ring for her, but yeah. Tier Pits is good for grinding FTG and Odin. Yeah, she is. And because of her boost of being by herself, you can put her in, like, 1-1 fleets nice and easy. That is probably Tier Pits' best idea, being an oil-efficient grinder for FTG. LM, wouldn't Bismarck, Odin, Graf be a good KMS backline? I mean, it's funky. It's goofy. It's funny because, like, Odin will block Bismarck from dying, and it's kind of funny. Odin's a really unique ship. Like, she's not, like, amazing, but I love how, like, special she is. Like, she's, like, there will probably never another ship that's, like, has her anti-submarine warfare and comboed with the fact that she, like, is positioned differently. She's in a little position that has no other ships in that position. She has this, like, really special ghost gun, which is, like, really nuts. She's got that, like, thunder Thor thing. Yeah, she's a really unique ship. Design's really cool. I mean, she's not good, but she's unique. It's hard to recommend any KMS fleet without a Dev 30 FTG. Like, if you want to have a KMS only fleet be good, you're probably going to need a Dev 30 FTG in it. And if you don't, you're just playing a budget version, which is fine. You can play a budget version, but, like, if it doesn't have a Dev 30 FTG in it, it's a budget version. You love her ghost gun. Yeah, her ghost gun's pretty good. After you get Bunker Hill, her owl delivers you mail with invitation to Hogwarts. That's the why we're grinding. We need that superb owl. Anyone in the chat know that meme, the superb owl? I don't know. Thought that was a funny joke. If you guys got it from my little post. Oh yeah, what are we doing for this exercise? I think the boss will be spawning soon. So what are we doing exercise wise? I don't want to do jumping jacks. I just don't want to, like, jump this late at night. What are we gonna do? Wall sits? Can we do a wall sit during the run? That would be what, a minute? It won't be longer than a minute 30. You guys want to do a wall sit during the run? I'll full auto the run, and we'll do a wall sit during it. What do you guys think? That'll be probably a 90-second wall sit. If I full auto it, it'd probably take 90 seconds to do. You guys let me know. Squats? Oh, we could do squats too. Yeah, let's do squats. Let's do squats because my elbows didn't squeak today. Maybe my knees won't too. So let's do squats. We'll do watch ALM's girlfriend get Bunker Hill on his account first try. Maybe I should have her do it. On Valentine's Day. Hey, hon, instead of going out this Valentine's Day, do you just want to, like, stream Bunker Hill? And do you just want to stream Bunker Hill for everybody and maybe get her? She would not be about that. I'll just say that. She would not be about that. Chiefs got hounded hard. Yes, they did. They really did. Maybe she only drops during the Super Bowl? That would be awful because I was not grinding Azur lane while I was watching that. Yeah, I mean, what was he? He was pressured. I think Mahomes was pressured 29 times. I think that was a Super Bowl record for most pressures of a quarterback. I think Brady was pressured like 4, which I think was also a Super Bowl record for least pressures on a Super Bowl quarterback. So the fact that Brady got a MVP was kind of disappointing, just because like this was a clear stance of why offensive lines are so important. Like Tampa Bay's offensive line was great. Kansas City's offensive line was injured. And basically, Tampa Bay ran all over them, had great protection, and was fine. And Kansas City literally couldn't keep guys out of their backfield. Anyway, that's enough about football. We're going back to waifu. We're going back to waifu girls here. Bunker Hill going. So we're going to do squats. I've decided. We'll do the wall sits next time if we are unfortunate here. We're going to do squats, and we're going to do 13 squats. And we're also going to sacrifice this Juno. We're going to sacrifice this Juno, and we're going to do squats. So let's go retire the Juno, and then we're going to do 15 squats. Or, I'm sorry, 13 squats. So. All right. We are sacrificing you, Juno. I have sacrificed you tens of thousands of times in PvP. Now I am sacrificing you to the Bunker Hill gods. Please, RNG, fare and look favorably onto me on this run. We will do 13 squats in honor of Juno. All right. 13 squats, folks. Count them out. Click done in the chat when you're done. I will be back with you momentarily. Alrighty. 1, knee crack. 2, no knee crack. 3, no knee crack. 4, no. 5. 6, that was a knee crack. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12, 13. We're getting those thick thighs here, guys. 13. I cracked my knee about 7 times in those 13. So not as good as the elbows today. All right. Here we go. Thank you for everybody doing them with me. It's more fun when you guys do them with me. All right, here we go. We'll go in here, and hopefully we can do it. Maybe we have to build a different fleet. I don't know. Ellen, what if Bunker Hill does not like people who work out? I never thought of that. She doesn't seem like the person that would be that way, but I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't. Well, maybe the next time we'll take a break. What do you guys think? We'll take a break. Next run, if it doesn't come, we'll do a no workout. A no workout run. That way we can, get some water. We'll have the next one's gonna be a water one. You guys gotta go get hydrated, get some water. That's gonna be the next one. I should probably actually call in the subs. Albacore, come on, finish her off. I hope actually Albacore does finish her off. Albacore's barrage is goofy though. It doesn't target right. Perhaps you need 52 exercises 13 times 4. Ooh, 13 times 4. Maybe you can attract Bunker Hill if you make owl calls. Woo, woo, woo. You think that would happen? Woo! Come on, Bunker Hill, you can do it. Woo, woo, woo. Actually, in the park around here, we have a lot of great horned owls that make noises while I'm sleeping. all the time. So anyway, I'm familiar with owl calls. Whether I'm good at owl calls, that's a different story. What do you guys think? My owl call's pretty bad. Not the owl sounds. No, she doesn't like the owl sounds. My owl sounds weren't good enough, guys. Oh my. Stay in theme with your YouTube channel. What is the theme of my YouTube channel? PvP? Alright, let's do it. Let's do that then. Let's do some PvP. What do you guys think? Nation says stay in theme. My YouTube channel started off as a PvP channel. I mean, it's still pretty much a PvP channel, but it you know, it's been a Bunker Hill channel of late. That's what it has been. But let's do some PvP. We're gonna do some PvP battles. Ooh, I think this person moved. So, here we go. Here's a bit SAO time. Oh, I thought that said SAO times, but it says sad times. Never mind. All right. Well, this is gonna be kind of a joke. Hey, this is like a triple US battleship fleet. But yeah. I want Bunker Hill video. Me too. Desperation is the theme. Apparently, it's been the new theme around here. Tiger Gaming is back. Welcome back. Hey, we got a plus 11. That's how we like it. All right, I don't actually know who any of these people are, so we're going to refresh. Any one of these guys. He might move. We got 2 hours, and then we're going to get refreshed. Let's find somebody. No. I feel like he moves, typically. We'll stick with these guys. All right, back to the Bunker Hill grind. This time, we're going to take a water break in case Bunker Hill's not into some meatheads. So, no Bunker Hill yet, Tiger Gamer. Nope, no, not yet. Unfortunately, no. Watch when Bunker Hill drops and it doesn't have the new tag. That's going to sting. Wait, why wouldn't it have the new tag? Is that a bug? I mean, I definitely haven't had her before. No, nope. Need more sacrifices. Apparently, I need more. This is what a cruel angel's thesis looks like. RNG stopping ALM from getting Bunker Hill. Yeah, pretty much. Bunker Hill this stream. I mean, that's what we say every time. Bunker Hill this next stream. I think other than Essex and Intrepid, I assume that's talking to somebody else, but yeah, the Essex, every Essex class carrier in the game is pretty decent. All for a little bit different reasons. Essex is busted, and then Shangri-La and Intrepid have their own little. Intrepid's probably the worst one in my opinion. RNG, please. I wonder if my bad luck will be good luck when I have to leave to do the school run. I don't know. Bunker Hill drops and ALM accidentally retires her. There's no way. But there is a chance. There is a chance that I accidentally just click through the new Bunker Hill screen because I'm just like trying to run through these runs. So there's a chance that I accidentally like click through it. I'm trying very hard not to do that. But yeah, I'm definitely going to not retire her. That's pretty easy. G-Man, welcome. How you doing? Bunker Hill requires sacrifice. We literally sacrificed Juno last run. Intrepid was my first Essex class. Yeah, I think I got Essex first. I think Essex first. Bunker Hill isn't real. It's a little elaborate hoax to torment ALM. Yeah, you guys are all in on it. You guys are all posting the Wikipedia that it's in 13.4, and everyone's like talking like, "Oh, I got it from 13.4," and really, it's all, you know. You only get Bunker Hill from 13.3. Is that what I got to do? Do I got to go do 13.3 and confirm that she doesn't drop from 13.3? Are you guys all lying to me? Is this a simulation? You guys are all bots telling me that it's in 13.4 when it's really in 13.3. Oh my. Wait, you on T something? What do you mean? No Fs, please. Well, I mean, if she doesn't drop, then all the Fs, please. But hopefully she drops. Oh no, ALM's on to us. He knows. I think she drops on stage 1-1. You think so? Maybe. Operation Siren. Mio officer finds rare item. You are anti-air print. Am I funny to you? Yeah, like there are no URs. There better be a UR anti-air in the future. Feathers for the Falconeer. I don't know why YouTube decided that that was inappropriate and was going to block it. I'm going to manually unban that. I just saw it come as like, wait, what? The Falcon feathers? What? It's Akashi controlling mass media to make you believe this narrative. Your AA sound like weird. No, Yostar's like, everyone wants to watch ALM be tormented by not getting Bunker Hill, and that drives people to want to play our game. We're just gonna make him in eternity never get Bunker Hill, right, guys? we got our tin hat. We got our tin hats on. Oh, more sacrifices? They're all food. They're all food. You are Meowficer. No, please no. Please no. They're gonna drop it. They're gonna drop a UR Meowficer when we all have like level 30 Meowficers after like spending like all like I don't even know how many millions of coins that would be to get all like 30 Meowficer level 30 Meowficers. And yeah. What even would be a URA gun? Just a Bover Stag, but instead of 10 hit stat, 20 hit stat. There you go. That'd be worth it. I'd get it. Then you wouldn't even have to run hit stat equipments for your auxiliaries. You could just run like evasion equipments, or you could run like power ones. They're watching us. I don't imagine they watch much of my content, but I do know they watch some of it. They probably don't watch the whole 10-hour stream. But my guess is they're probably up now. Am I the only one leveling Meowficer on normal stages? I don't even think to level my Meowficers that hard. I mean, I put them in when I'm doing things just to like get the boosts. And maybe they'll run, and whenever I run out of the cat's dorm space, then obviously I, feed them to each other. But for the most part, I don't put a emphasis on it. It's just a coin sink for very minimal bonuses. And I figure that I'm just gonna play daily, and they're just gonna level up on their own. Like, it's not gonna be a big deal. I also have to remind myself I got to do some Operation Siren strongholds this week, because I have 3 stored up, and come Monday of next week, I'll lose an Operation Siren or a Siren stronghold. So if you guys have 3 of those spinny red hurricanes in your Operation Siren, make sure that you do one before the end of the week. So. This game encourages cannibalism. I mean, every gacha game encourages cannibalism. Like, what gacha game out there doesn't have you like feed ships to the other ones to get enhancements? Like, that's how gacha games work. They need you to keep polling, and to keep polling, that means that you need to get duplicates. Still waiting for a UR Ironblood homing torpedo bomber. I mean, you guys got a really good homing torpedo bomber, or converging torpedo bomber, as I was corrected a little bit earlier. But yeah, they got a really good one. Like, I mean, it's not a Ryusei, but it's better on Graf Zeppelin than a Ryusei because of the boost. Illusion Connect. I have not played that game, so I can't speak to that. The SR German plane in crafting should be homing. Yeah, it is. It's a converging torpedo bomber. It is worse than the Ryusei. However, if you're using it on Graf Zeppelin, you get that, is it 30% efficiency, I think, which makes it actually better than the Ryusei. So, yeah, definitely. It is very good on Graf. It's basically for Graf. It's built for Graf. I'm really surprised that Peter didn't have some sort of use for it. So then that, you know, that new KMS players who didn't get Graf yet, maybe able. Waiting for a URDD. My guess is that's Shimikaze. If there is a URDD, it's going to be Shimikaze. That's my guess. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, too. I want a more unique squadrons to the game, like VUs? ALM, use Essex, Intrepid, and Shangri-La in the boss fleet. I mean, my Intrepid and Shangri-La are not leveled up. I could use Essex, though. Do you guys think we should use Essex and maybe she'll come home? Do you think that's the problem? I don't have an Essex. Let me know if I should use Essex in the boss fleet. I'd have to rework my fleet, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I could use Essex in the boss fleet. I cannot use Shangri-La and Intrepid because they are literally like not leveled. They're probably level 70. I probably haven't leveled them since I got them Hex Limit Break. Essex and Enterprise required. Yeah, maybe Essex, Enterprise, Georgia, maybe? You might need to bait her with her sister. Do it. All right. All right. We're gonna rebuild the boss fleet a little bit. And maybe that'll make her come home better. So chat, you ready to build a World 14 or World 13? A World 13-4 boss fleet? Oh, yeah, but we're still doing exercises here. We're not getting off of those. We're doing wall sits during the whole auto. We're doing a full auto boss clear, and we're doing wall sits during them, so that could be as high as 90 seconds. I mean, it could actually be as high as 3 minutes, but I think it'd probably be closer to 60 to 90 seconds. So we're going to do wall sits during the battle. We're going to do more thighs, more thigh grind. So, could try Eagle Union boss fleet. It worked for you. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do an all U.S. boss. Well, actually, can I do an all U.S. boss? I probably can. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to change the cats then because the cats are not set up. The cats are literally... I guess you need Shinano to bait out Bunker Hill. Like how... Oh, you're right. Historically, right? Bunker Hill came after Shinano, right? And Yamato, right? I'm pretty sure they sent those after them, right? I'm not sure about the Shinano, but I think she did come after Yamato. ALM does auto fight. 2 ships sink. Bunker Hill drops. Blood for the blood god. Hey, my autos don't have ships sinking. Run triple started Vanguard. LOL. Full USS fleet with Baltimore, Helena, Sandy's. We're gonna do. What level is Frederick usable? What do you mean level? You mean like dev level? Well, I would like to say that it's probably 30 because you literally lose out on a shot. She only fires twice until she gets to dev level 30. Then she fires 3 times. So you're losing out on a third of her damage. However, she's also like the tankiest ship in the game. And she also has a decent barrage. So if she's like over leveled, you can use her as low as 20. But I would not recommend it if you're trying to do high level content or if you're trying to do PvP. How do you have 11k max oil? That's because I'm in a guild and we've extended the oil cap. So that's a guild thing. Anyway, all right, guys, we're gonna do wall squits. We're gonna do wall sits here for this one. So we're gonna do it during the full auto. I need to. Yeah, we're gonna do it during the full auto. We'll just auto submarine too, and we'll just. I'm gonna go, and once the load screen is done, you guys got to get started. So whenever Amagi leaves the screen. All right, folks, get ready. Here you go. You guys should dip it. Dip 90 degrees. All right. Back to the wall, 90 degrees. Hopefully my fleet doesn't fail. Then we'll be sitting here infinitely. All right. Well, we took care of the first fleet command. And that took us, what, 30-some seconds? Hopefully... Alright, Nagato's dead. Taiho's spawned. Get those wall sits. Burn the legs. You guys can do it. Did we kill the repair ship yet? Gosh, this is why I hate auto mode. They killed Taiho before the freaking repair ship, and the repair ship got to heal. Look at that. That adds another 20 seconds onto this. Good job, computer. Good job. Oh boy. Alright. Come on. I can feel my legs burning now. We're doing no more legs for the rest of this stream. Oh, come on. Come on. Hey, what are you doing? At least no one's dying. So we're actually gonna probably finish this. Hopefully that's clear. Please. Please. Ow. Warspite, you're failing me. Ugh. Come on. Wow, this is going a lot longer than I thought. I thought it was gonna be like a minute 30 tops. But it's not. Oh, there it is. Oh, how long was that? A minute and... I mean, technically it's longer than that because the time pauses when the battleship fires, but... Alright, you guys can stop. My legs hurt, actually. That was sad, because also it was only a minute and, what, 40... Yeah, let's say 45, because of the pause. I'm sorry. I fell on my butt laughing at you. Oh my gosh. There's another F, folks. Okay, I'm actually sweating now. Oh, wait, no, we're supposed to do that. You know what? Let's retreat. I don't care about the 10 oil. Whatever. We're going to build the fleet. All right, folks. Let's build ourselves a U.S. faction fleet. What do I use this for? Why is this here? This is a terribly built fleet. Bye. Bye. Get out of here. Whee! I like how they like... Bye. Just throw them around. Bye. Alright, so where are we going? We're going full USS faction to bring our... Like a true American. Alright, let's sort this by USS. So that we can only pick the USS faction. Well, pretty easy. Yeah, well, I mean, Sandy's easy. We don't have to actually make any decisions there. Let's figure out what the backline is first here. So we said Essex because it's an Essex class. That's pretty easy. Probably Georgia because we need someone to snipe. And, yeah, probably Georgia. And then, yeeting them back into the toy box. Now the question is, we probably need more carriers. Yeah, and because Essex boosts, we're gonna use Enterprise. You guys said Enterprise. We could use Massachusetts too, but we're gonna use Enterprise. Does it matter who's in the center? I don't think anyone matters here, right? They all have like, no, we don't care about you. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's go in here and finish out the front here. Well, since we're gonna boost the carriers, definitely Baltimore. Baltimore is really easy choice there. Now I have 3 options here. I really have well, Portland's actually not bad. I have 4 options. I have Portland, Bremerton, Juneau, or Helena. Helena would probably be pretty good. But she's not 120, and I'm nervous that she's gonna die. But I think realistically, Portland would probably be the best of survivability, or Juneau. Is everyone in the? If Helena's in the center, though, Sandy can't be in the center. We want Sandy to be in the center. Everyone wants Helena. Really? Helena, Helena, Helena. Everyone wants Helena. Fine. If this fleet dies, though, it's not my fault. We'll use Helena. We have no tank, though. I'm gonna probably have to manual this. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to manual this. I guess Baltimore's the biggest tank, so we'll put her in front. Yeah, that's not gonna be very good. Helena's not the best option, but we'll manual it. It's fine. No, we want Georgia. We're gonna put Georgia in the middle. I don't think it matters. All right, let's see what we got in here for cats. So what do we want for cats? Slap that 8-second invulnerability on Helena, but it's on Juneau. We'll put on this one. We need to level up this antenna anyway. It's assigned to Fleet 3. What is in Fleet 3? Oh, it's my typical leveling fleet. We'll take the other one. Oh yeah, that's fine. We'll use this antenna, and then for the backup, we'll use pound. No, I mean this is not very good. Oh, we have we can use this dumb cat. What is this cat? Where is this dumb cat? Oh, it's this one. For some reason, it has this. We're gonna use this cat. It doesn't have any good skill. What are these skills? Skills are terrible, aren't they? When it's assigned to a fleet with 3 or more DDs. When assigned to a command cat to a fleet that has 1 DD, 15% chance to launch preemptive strikes, right? Okay, that's terrible. When assigned to a command cat that is a fleet that isn't in... This is a terrible cat. You know what? I can just put her in the staff because all of her skills are completely useless to me. I just want to use it because this is the only cat I have that has the Eagle Union. Literally the only one that has the Eagle Union. Yeah, I'll take the 16 aviation. Why not? And we have more AA, so let's go. I'm gonna do it. I don't even know what my other skills are. Torpedo, DD, torpedo, and oh my gosh, that cat is terrible. Whatever, I don't care. Let's do it. She's like not good for what this fleet is trying to do. All right, we need to actually make sure our equipment's on here because I don't think I have any. All right, well, let's do this. Thank you. Then we're gonna take that. Sorry, Nagato. Yeah. All right, that should be good. What do we got here? Why don't we have this on here? Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna take that. Shoot down. This is fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried. We just need to swap this out for a better steam catapult. Who are we taking this from? Who are we stealing from? We probably need Perseus to keep one. We could just upgrade it, I guess. Well, how many we got? 4 plus 10s? I don't really want to take it off of them. It is Georgia's weapon after all. Yeah, it is. Oh, I haven't put this on here. Oh, but it only works for PvP, but let's do it. It's plus 10. It basically is the same thing. Essex. It shows you how much I use Essex. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, Caleb. $2. Dude, Bremerton, Helena, Baltimore in the front line. All right, the man's spoken. No Sandy. We're going to try and do 13-4 with no Sandy. Then I'm 100% going to have to manual this. All right, let's do it. I'll do it. Why not? Yeah, I'll do it. We'll do it. Hey, you know what? Should we go build a plane for NT? Actually, we should probably just use this. This is fine. We actually probably should use this because this would probably be the best one. But we're going to use this because I just don't want to steal it off somebody. Do we have a torpedo bomber? Do we have any, like... oh, we do have a free open one. Cool. Barracuda. I probably should use a Ryusei, but they're all used up. So let's get some more. What is this? 4%? I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see. Let's see. All right, we're gonna have to steal from somebody. Who are we gonna steal it from? It's whatever. We don't need to go all the way. Well, we could probably. I'm having a tough time figuring out who I'm stealing this from. But we're just gonna steal it from these guys. Sorry. Enterprise needs it and hopes she procs the Warrior. I don't want to steal from Essex. From you. Swap Georgia for Sarah. Why? Why? Georgia's better. I don't even think my Saratoga's not 120. I can't do that. I won't be able to. I don't think she is. I gotta keep. Georgia's just better. Do I want the... Yeah, that's fine. We'll just keep that. I mean, I probably should put a black shell on that. Yeah, Sarah's not 120 yet. All right, this is fine. This is good enough. This is not, like, amazing, but I don't want to take up. But we'll, we got to figure these guys out. Oh, we need to take Sandy out because you want me to do this without Sandy. Tier 0 Sandy. Thank you very much. What did you say? Birmingham? And she needs to be in the front, which means we can put Helena. All right, well, Birmingham... Oh, no. All right, so that should work. Let's see. Do we have the equips on you guys yet? Oh, no, we don't. We need to put something on you. You need a lot of equips. This is how you know you only use Helena for freaking EX modes. You'll have one purple SG radar on her. Yeah, all right, let's finish this Bremerton first. What are we going to put on her? Do we have any? We'll just use this. This is fine. +6, not a big deal. Let's see. What do we need here? We probably want to put on one of these boys. That's good enough, right? +6s, hopefully. Hopefully that's good enough. She's done. Baltimore's fine. And then we'll do, the reason why we put a purple SG radar on her is because it gives her less fleet power, which is not important for this, but for what I was using her before, EX modes, it is important. So that's why they're there. All right, we're gonna pull this off of Yatsen. No, Yatsen's literally in the. We're gonna pull it off. How? I don't think I use How for anything. Wait, Yatsen has doubled these guns. Nice. Actually, we could also use. No, we're just gonna pull. We're just gonna use these. We're just gonna level it up ourselves. I don't need the prince. By the way, you don't need to be a gold SG radar. You can have it be a purple one for this skill, by the way. So you don't need Sandy, That's true, but it is harder without Sandy. Elena's not gonna be doing any damage anyway. Who cares? But AA gun might actually matter a little bit. Do we have any plus 10? I don't have any plus 10 guns just laying around. I feel like I don't have any good equipments, and I know that's not true, but I'm always like, oh yeah, they're all being used up by other ships. And I never want to take them off. Who in chat? Who in chat struggles in taking? Who in chat? Why go purple when you have gold? You go purple. You go purple because it gives you less fleet tech. I'm not fleet tech, fleet power. And less fleet power translates to a higher EX mode. I do not use Helena outside of EX modes. That is why. I'm using her outside of EX mode, so I will switch it. That is true. But it used to not be that way. So we will switch it. I am going to switch it, but purple is better for EX modes. That's why she had no equipment on her except that one. That's what I run her in EX modes with. Oh, we got a new donation from Kitten. That ultra rare gun fills me with envy. Anyway, gotta go get the kid. Good luck. Please let Bunker Hill drop. Thank you, Kitten, for the donation. Hopefully she will drop. And if she does, I'm sure you'll hear about it when you get back. And if not, nothing's new. All right, so they're all decent enough. They're all like at least. I should probably level these up. I don't need these prints anyway. Let's level it up to +6. That should be enough. And do I need? Let's just level it up to +6. Good enough for me. All right, so good, decent. This should be enough to get it through. And if it's close, I can always manual it. I didn't time sync them at all, so we'll just use that. That's good. All right. We'll go into battle. We will try it. Maybe her sisters will bring her home. What is what? 4? The officers. All right. We're all good. Okay. I think we're good. I right clicked. Your 100mm gun was +10, lol. What? I rarely remove gears on ships I give to them. Yeah, me too. I just don't like it because I feel like I bring ships into battle and just kind of assume they have gears on them. McCluskey gives skill to yeet enemy CV since in history she yeet Kaga. I'm mistaken. You upped my Azumo gun to +13 instead of my champagne gun. Big sat. Oh, that's bad. That's okay. It's only a gold, so you only lost 120 prints, so that's not too bad. You can get that back in a month. That's doable to get back in a month. So you lost yourself a month, and whatever. Mistakes happen. AA gun in depot. I'm out of 8-4 hell. I got the ship. Rainfire, congratulations. Congratulations on that. Purple Hull Diver with 2 500-pound bombs is still superior than the McCluskey with 2 100-pound bombs. Yes. Yes, the short answer is yes. By the way, that Kanano skill, is that the one that got banned from the Discord server? Ugh. Also, I gotta be careful about time because I want to make sure I get my PvP battles in. How long have we been going? We're going 2.5 hours? 2.5. Maya, best to cow class doggo. I feel like Atago's my favorite of the 4. Kinu? Yeah. It depends since Owari does double damage. Yeah, it's gonna depend if we get some Essex luck. I mean Enterprise luck. Luckily, Essex is gonna have a what? Is it 12? Essex is gonna have a chance that all the damage goes to 1 on all of the ships for the aviation. Hey LM, why not use Essex class for the next battle? That's what we just did. We did for we literally just built. That's what chat was saying. And we literally just built this USS faction so that Bunker Hill will come. So yeah, that's what we did. We need to do that. McCluskey squad sunk Akagi and Kaga and still become super bad in Azure lane. I mean it's not super bad. It's just not best in slot, and I have best in slot all over the place. Oh, I don't have, well, I have the other two, but they're at level 70. They're not at level 120. So I would need to grind them before I could even potentially bring them. So, yeah, sorry. So no legs. We're not doing any legs for exercises. What exercises do you want to do for this next run? Yeah, I don't want to really bring less than 118 in here. Hi, sorry I missed your stream. Well, you are... I did start 2.5 hours ago, but you didn't miss Bunker Hill dropping, so in my book, you're fine. As long as you're here when Bunker Hill drops, you made it. So, no worries. Welcome. I'm glad you can make it, at least now. And, Garbsful, love you, man. What is best in slot dive bomber? Plus 11. No, it's the plus 13 golden helldiver. It's the plus 13 golden helldiver. But a plus 11 purple helldiver is better than a plus 12 gold helldiver for the most part. At the same level, they're definitely purple is better. So like plus 10 versus plus 10, you go purple. Plus 11 versus plus 11, you go purple. But the purple helldiver can't go past plus 11. So at plus 13 gold helldiver is best in slot. I will be getting myself one very shortly. But I kind of want to wait to do all of my gear building at the same time and do it in a recording for a video. But I don't know. I might not have the patience to do that. But I will be getting a plus 13, hopefully. I mean, I gotta get all my Ryuseis first done, because I think Ryuseis are probably more important than the gold helldiver. But yeah. I will stay for Bunker Hill blessing. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jojo. Your favorite Jojo. Do 17 sit-ups because 17 is 13 plus 14. We have done that before. I will do it again if we don't get any better ideas in chat. But we have done 17 sit-ups before. We haven't done planks yet. At least tonight. Let's Essex bring home her sister. Bring her sister. I hope so. Gold Helldiver has better AA. Yeah, but it's a dive bomber. Who cares about AA? Like, seriously. Like, who cares about AA on a dive bomber? I mean, yes, you are correct. But the purple Helldiver is faster. So I care more about launch speed than I do about my AA on a dive bomber. That's how I would say it. But yeah, the AA is better for the gold one. But the surface DPS is identical. It's the same. So at the same level, when they're plus 11 or plus 10 or whatever, they have the same surface DPS, which is important, and the purple one launches faster. So you go with the purple one. But when they get to plus 13, then the gold one does more damage because you get those plus 13 damage modifier boosts. Do 13 4-count push-ups. I like it. 13 4-count push-ups. That's gonna be actually pretty hard. So that's, you're doing a push-up, and then when your elbows get to the 90-degree point, you hold it for 4 seconds. So yeah, I like it. 13 four count push-ups. I don't actually have to use my legs. I get to rest my legs. So if for some reason you can't do the 4 counts, then just do 13 regular push-ups. And if you need to use your knees, I won't judge you. So we're going to do 13 4-count push-ups, or only push-ups if that's what you can do when we get to the next one. And hopefully Georgia and Essex can bring her home. Because guess what? Guess who's going to be in the fleet with Bunker Hill? It's going to be Georgia. Georgia and Bunker Hill are a pair. And, of course, Essex is her sister. And maybe some of the other U.S. ships will bring her home. LM, maybe you need an owl to attract an owl. I can only think of Suzutsuki, though. Are there any other owls? Perseus is an owl. And she's in the mob fleet. she's technically passive buffing. Her owl is healing the boss fleet from the mob fleet. So technically, I have an owl. Suzutsuki, everyone tells me she's an owl. I just don't see it, but I'm just gonna believe you guys. I don't think I do my math wrong. What math did you do? Oh, yeah, you didn't do your math wrong. 13 minus 4 is 9. You are correct. Oh, my. The Baltimore, Bremerton, Reno loading screen is ultra Coomer. There is. Yeah. Bunker Hill dialogue is badass if you put Essex class somehow cute if you put with Eldridge, since she mentioned her about the Rainbow Project, I think. Really? I really want to get Bunker Hill so I can actually see these things. I'm back. Still no Bunky. Yeah. After I get done screaming, the first thing I'm going to do after I get done celebrating the Bunker Hill dropping is I'm going to remove Bunker Hill from that to-do list. So, yeah, as long as it's there, you know the answer. IJ and Fubuki is an owl or a dog? I don't know. Oh, really? My sub is literally one space away. Thank you. All right, we have Albacore beating Taiho. We have Perseus the Owl healing our fleet. We have a full USS fleet, including her sister Essex and her best friend Georgia. What else can we do? We are going to be doing 13 4-second hold push-ups. So when you get to the bottom point of your push-up, hold it for 4 seconds. If you need to do less, then that's fine. But we're going to attempt to do 4-second holds. So I'm going to do mine. Type done in the chat when you are done. And I will be back in a second. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 3, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4, 4. 5, 2, 3, 4. 6, 2, 3, 4. 7, 2, 3, 4. 8, 2, 3, 4. 9, 2, 3, 4. 10, 2, 3, 4. 11, 2, 3, 4. 12, 2, 3, 4. 13, 2, 3, 4. 13, 4. All right, we did it. All right, there we go. I did mine. Anyone join me? Whew. Alrighty. I'm going to send you all my luck since I can't have her either. Thank you, Shade Pariah. I'm going to have to go after this one, says Stargirl. That's okay. Thank you for Hanging out with it. Evan the Franz has done it. Atomic Phantom has done it. Varun. Ahoy, LM. Seems like I joined at the best time. Well, it's going right into the boss fleet, so we might get it. Crunch 17 times because Bunker Hill is CVN 17. Yeah, we'll do that next time. All right. Caleb did his. Thank you, Caleb. We're going to get going. Anyone else who wants to get them going before we are using a treaty for 13.4? What do you mean a treaty? I'm not sure what you mean by treaty. Eat honey, be happy has done. Thank you for doing them with me. I don't know what you mean by a treaty. Oh, I totally did not mean to have full auto subs on. We're going to do this one manually just off the bat just to be safe because, I don't know. Why not? I don't want to have it die on me, but if it performs well, we'll probably be doing all right. Come on. Probably going to need Nagato to... Luckily, so we're gonna fire the Georgia and one of the carriers, and then it should be enough to launch up the second one, which we can then fire. Ooh, we procced Lucky E. That's a good sign. All right, we gotta go kill that. Now we gotta go down to the side. We're gonna go kill this thing. And now we can pretty much just put this on full auto. Should be fine. All right. Ooh, IDK finished. Thank you. Lilith, and sorry, I'm in bed. I can't do the extras. That's okay. I appreciate people who can do them with me, but I understand that given the circumstance, not everyone can always do them all with me. Fun fact. Put a pirate squad on Bunker Hill since in history that fire deployed from her. Honestly, I'll probably put a Sea Hornet on her, to be honest. Or I might put the Tiger thing. You know what really bothers me is at +0, the Tiger is better than the Sea Hornet. And so I was like, oh yeah, this Tiger is so much better than the Sea Hornet because that's what I got off the beta. And then at +10, they flip. She didn't come home for Essex, guys. She did not come home for Essex! To be honest, I want you to get Bunker Hill, but I also don't want you to get her. I want you to know, I want to know how far this stream will go. No, I don't want to have to come and stream again tomorrow. We'll probably stream again tomorrow. It's probably going to be that way, isn't it? Well, my guild is really happy because I keep killing everybody. Thank you, Comet. No, thank you, Comet. Actually, that fleet did fine. I mean, I did proc Lucky E and Helena was doing fine, but the fleet did pretty well. Alrighty. What do we say? We said next time we're going to do 17... We're going to do 17 crunches. 17 crunches, which is basically just a sit-up, but your knees are up instead of your feet down. For those of you who don't know, we're going to do that. We're going to do 17 of them. And let them be like, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah. Exactly. You must feed the owls some rodents. Sacrifice some rodent ships. Which ships are rodents? I have a whole like thing pinned in my Discord server of like which ships are what type of animals, but like I don't remember that off the top of my head. I was like, oh, I could go find. No, I'm tired. Actually, I'm not going to pull that up and try and find it at this point. I mean, only sacrificing 2 seconds in loading time. I mean, 2 seconds is a lot in PvP. If you're playing in PvP, and I mean, it's 2 seconds divided by a third, more or less. Well, it's divided by the amount of plane, but you get what I mean. It's divided by like a third, so it's like it's like 2/3 of a second. But like 2/3 of a second is the difference between winning and losing in PvP. So like it does matter. It just kind of pisses me off that it's like, oh yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, the beta server at the +0, it's better, but they scale at different levels. Like what? Who scales at different levels? Come on. Why are you scale? Why are your planes scale at different levels? Okay, whatever. Alusty will get the... We'll get the other one. Oh, it's 0.2 seconds. So then it's like... All right, well then at that point, it's probably not. What are their flight speeds? Actually, that might make a difference. What are their flight speeds? Let me go check. What am I looking for? We are looking for list of fighters, and we can look at their flight speeds. Maxed enhanced. We want DPS. Yeah, okay. So we have the same DPS. What do we load at? We load at no, I guess the Tiger Cat has more crash damage, but will only by 6. So not really that much that I would care. What else? Flight speed is where is it? Flight speed is 60, and then what is this one? 52, and then it also launches 0.2 seconds slower. So yeah, yeah, the other one is, I mean, it has more crash damage. Does it have more health? It has less plane health too. So even though it has more crash damage base, it has less plane health. So that will mean that it will probably end up doing less crash damage in the end. So yeah, that I'd still use the Sea Hornet. I mean, crafting a Sea Hornet is a lot harder to craft a Sea Hornet than it is a Tiger Cat. I think the Sea Hornet is probably better, but the Sea Hornet is minimally better. You won't see a difference to your very eye unless you're like doing PvP against somebody who's having like a +13 equivalent. Like if it's +13 versus +13, where now you're scaling off the damage modifiers and you're playing in a that, you might see a difference. But here's the thing: the Tiger Cat's much cheaper in order of resources to get. So yeah. The Beaver Squad is a rodent? Current commission background music is lit. Well, there's background music in commissions? I didn't know that. Why waste LEDs for Hornet? You need the Wyvern. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Is you don't want to waste your airplane equipments are probably the biggest benefit from the Gear Lab. And so like your gold plane prints, as well as all of the gear up levels that you need, those are going to be most important for the plane slots. And so getting like, basically it's like, I don't remember how much more expensive it is, but it's a lot. It's like considerably more expensive to get a Sea Hornet. We can go over there and actually check it out in a second. But because it's so much more expensive, it's generally for non like meta hoes. For non meta hoes, you typically are going to want to just get the Tiger Cat, and it's so much cheaper and effectively will do the same thing. Your fighter slot is your least important slot on a carrier. So for the most part, unless you're in an AA environment, in which case you don't want to use either of them. You want to use a Shiden Kai or a pirate squad. Best fighter is a slot not worth the mats. Yeah, I know. I agree. Yeah. Also, yeah, you should use them for the Wyvern. Although it's kind of weird because it's like the Wyvern's amazing, but then it's like the Ryusei sometimes is just pretty good too. I don't know, because like for my boss fights, I'm still probably going to use Converging Torps. How? I assume that means good, but ALM, how got are the Wyvern? I barely have 5 UR plane BPs, so yeah, I think I have 5 as well. So yeah, here's the thing. So the Wyvern boss. So here's the weird thing. So the Wyvern boss has 4 torpedoes. Whereas everybody else except that new, there's that gold US torpedo bomber. That one That one has 4 as well. That one's actually really good. I thought that was going to be the best. And then the Wyvern came out a little bit later, and I was like, oh, never mind. But, yeah, so because they have an extra bomber, that means that you're going to get a lot of extra torpedoes. Because remember, that's per plane, and then you have typically multiple planes in a slot. So that's a lot of extra torpedoes in the water. And, of course, you get the extra aviation boost. And, of course, you get the extra base damage. So it really is going to come down to depend on your accuracy. But I probably would say the Wyvern's better unless you have a way that slows down and can guarantee those converging torps. How about here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, though. Yeah, here's what I would do. Personally, in my my Essex, my fleet is going to be like Formidable, Centaur, Shinano for my grind. My meta grind. My meta ship grind. And because she doesn't move that much. And I'll use double converging torps on, or double Ryuseis on the Shinano. And I'll use another Ryusei on... I'll use an Albacore because I want that barrage. And then I'll use a Ryusei on the Formidable because she freezes right before they go in, right? And we do have to use one Albacore so that we can get that barrage, which is nice. And then on the Centaur, we get 1 torpedo slot. And that's probably where I put the Wyvern, is on that Centaur. Because she goes first, and she doesn't really need the converging as much as the other 2. Sky Pirate is good on Independence because of her additional buff when using American planes. Yeah, I mean, the Independence is not that very good of a ship, though. Oh, they are homing? Really? Are they homing? I haven't seen one. I don't have one yet. Are they really homing? If they are homing, then scratch everything I said and just use the gold. I mean, or the rainbow. If they're homing, then they are just best. I thought they were normal. So they are 4 aerial torpedo T0. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think they're homing. Let me see. Notes, the Wyvern will also intercept enemy planes. Interesting. Really? Okay. This is going fantastic. There are way too many 3-star nodes here. Alright, I guess we'll put Chappie in front and go like that. Oh. Alright. Bitter Torps don't say they're homing, but they are. We need a UR Ryosei with homing. I don't know. So from what I'm seeing here, it doesn't look like they're homing, but because they're standard aerial torpedoes. Like they're the same torpedoes as a Ferry Barracuda, but a Ferry Barracuda has 3 tier 3 ones, and these have 4 tier 0 ones. And I don't see any special notes to say they are homing. So until I get my hands on one to confirm, I would argue that the wiki, and that's all I'm going off here, I'm arguing that the wiki would have it. Now, I mean, not a single person on the beta server had one. I obviously don't have one. I know that somebody probably just built them. Actually, I saw someone build one like yesterday, I think. So I would say they are not. But there is probably someone there's like probably 1 or 2 people that have them. But yes, also if you look up bidders on the Wikipedia, it says 100% that they're acoustic homing. So the Wikipedia does do them. And when you confirm, the Westland has the same torpedoes as a Barracuda, just a higher tier level, and obviously four of them instead of 3 of them. I would say that unless the Wikipedia is wrong, and it's pretty likely they aren't homing. But once again, I can't confirm that until I have one in hand. But I do know that somebody just finished one like yesterday. So maybe I could go ask them to confirm. And yeah, that's another thing is maybe the Wikipedia could just not have them right. It could actually be homing. I don't think they would be, though, because like that would be pretty good. His heart is probably scream right now to try and get Bunker Hill. Yeah, that's yeah. Hey, bud, gonna have to turn in for the night. You better get bunky now. All right, well, thanks for coming in. Thanks for watching. Take care. I probably won't stay too much longer. We've been going for almost 3 hours here. And, yeah, I mean, I do need to finish my PvP exercise before the night. So we're going to definitely do that 100% before we get going. And so we might do a few more runs. The wiki gets information update kind of late. I mean, it's usually not too bad. Typically, they get it end of day on update. So... However, I will say this. A lot of times the game translates wrong. For example, Pola. Pola was wrong, so the wiki just copied the game and said the thing, and the in-game was wrong, so the wiki was wrong until they changed it. They changed it like a couple days later, and then the wiki changed it. So it could be just the in-game's wrong. I don't think that's the case in this scenario. I really don't, because in the beta server, when we translate it from Chinese, it was non-homing torpedoes. And so I really just don't think it is. But I could be wrong. But I would bet money it isn't. You still haven't gotten Bunker Hill yet. What the hell? Yeah, I know. I know. No such thing as gold albacore, though. What do you mean no such thing as gold albacore? The ship? Or you mean the plane? I tried to get Bunker Hill, then my friend give joke advice to me. Put albacore to the fight, Taiho. Then right after I see that, I got Bunker Hill like me. How do you think, Bunker Hill? Or how do you think, ALM? Well, I have albacore in the fleet. And it's not working. Like, albacore is literally here. There she is. She's literally fighting. But it doesn't help. I'm going to log back out, log back in, see if we can get anyone to move. Collect more of this stuff. Oh, more oil. We need that. Nice. Probably collect some of these classroom, Odin. I don't know if Malum's still here. It's probably pretty late for him. He should have gone to bed. I hope he went to bed. But we are leveling up his Odin for him. There's a lot of Fs. Thank you for the Fs in the chat. Bunker Hill has become Bummer Hell. Yeah, Bummer Hell, really. No, but we'll get her. I'm sure we'll get her eventually. Eventually, however long that takes. All right. Let's see. I'm running out of food because I can't buy any food with oil or anything. All right. Well, oh, let's do this on stream while we're here. You guys ready to buy out this shop? Let's do it. Buy everything. Everything. Let's go. We need to buy everything. Buy everything. Buy everything. Buy everything. All right, cool. Now that everything's bought, let's go to floor 2 here. Actually, no. Let's just stay on floor 1. Not the shop. I want the movement. We're gonna save our current one as. Oh, whoops. We wanna save it as the custom. And now it's there. And then now we can go get the newest stuff. It's this one, right? It was Spring Jubilee. All right, let's play around with this. What do we got? How do we... There we go. All right, what do we have here? Oh, this is kind of neat. Why is there just a random cage? Is that something to do with Chinese New Year? Is there just like random cages? Something I'm missing? Do I have 6 coins? That's pretty funny. Can I put them in here? What is this? Oh, Pola's just lost. What is this? Oh, is this a bath? Can they go in here? No? Okay. I feel like this is kind of like a weird... I don't know. Can we move the... Weird. I'm not so sure I'm a huge fan of this room here, to be honest. These are kind of nice, these little wall things, but I think we're just gonna... Oh, that's not what I meant to click. I think we're gonna go back to my normal one. I think I like my normal one better than this one. But anyway, that's what the new dorm set looks like. Figured I was gonna buy it anyways, so we're just gonna go back to the old one. Actually, we have a new table, so maybe we can use the new table. I don't know. We'll do that later. It's getting late. I don't want to do that now. Save current settings. That's fine. Okay. And no, nothing there. What we were doing is we were logging out and seeing if anyone moved in PvP. How much money have I spent in Azur Lane? Not that much, honestly. Not that much. I'd have to look at the accounting, but it's like, it's not that much. Like, I was a free... Oh, crap. I was a free-to-play player for... a year and a half. So I didn't spend a single dime on this game for a whole year and a half. And then only recently have I spent money on rings and dorm space and a couple skins. And stuff. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a big spender. Maybe, I mean, I've spent over $100, but not a huge amount, no. All right, back to 13.4. No one moved in PvP. Why did they do that? Oh, because it logged me in. All right, cats are still the same. Lilith is a huge whale. How much have you spent? $100, I think, seems pretty reasonable. I mean, if you think about it, like, if you get a AAA title game, you're gonna spend $60 on that puppy, and then you're gonna have to buy a live pass or whatever it is, right? And those are usually like $60 a year or something like that. So if you play like a title A game for a year, that's $120, right? So in theory, if you spend as much time on this as you would your favorite title A game, then $120 is probably similar to, in range. But the nice part about free-to-play games is you could test them out for a year and a half. Like, I tested it out for free for a year and a half and then liked it. Easy. $480 on skins and rings. Nice. Well, that's why Azur Lane, after being on the Play Store for over 2 years, almost 2.5 years in the EN's global servers, and 3.5 years in the Japanese servers, is the 9th most grossing game. Like, I literally checked it on Saturday. It was out of all of the games, the mobile games, it was the 9th most grossing. I was like, oh. I'll rather pay full price on a complete game, though. Hashtag sweat for Bunker Hill. That's fine. We don't care about it. All right, I'm going to try and answer these each here. Leia spent $1,500. Wow, that is whaling. You'd rather pay full. I mean, this is kind of a complete game. Just because they add events doesn't make it not complete. Just like Madden, when you get a Madden football game, they just give you a new game for the next year. Azur Lane just updates the game. Spending no money is fine. Like, free-to-play players are fantastic. Most games that I play, I'm free to play. I think it's fun. I think it's also a challenge. Being a content creator for this game has kind of given me a little bit of an ability to spend on it and feel more like I should, because I didn't create content for it. But yeah. Free-to-play players unite. At least 2K here. 90% of that was on skins. Yeah, most of them are on skins. I buy rings, but skins are good too. Azur Lane, only game that paid to feel good rather than pay to win. It's not the only game that does it, but they do it very well. I buy the 30-day trade license almost every month. 500 gems, 30 cubes, 30k coins, 1.5k oil for €8. I don't think I'm a whale. That's a good value. If you, that is a very good value, especially if you're not grinding all day, because those resources, if you were to try and buy those resources with gems, are expensive. Now, you don't need to buy those resources to actually play the game. There's more than enough if you grind properly and you play every day. But sometimes people can't do that. So for $8, the game will kind of let you off the hook a little bit. That's how it should be. Like, you can grind your way there, or you can pay your way there. But at the end of the day, the cap is still the same, and everyone has the same goal they can get to. You paid $50. Oh, wow. Chats are coming in fast. I paid $50 for Cyberpunk, and it was far from a complete game. Yes, that's exactly true. That, a bird cage. I kind of don't understand what it is, but a bird cage. Maybe I should put Bunker Hill in the bird cage if she doesn't come. Yo, ALM, do you think a zero limit break Ying Sui has some use in low-level maps such as 3-4, since the focus is to shoot down boats fast and they have a lot of guns? Yes, Ying Sui is got a main gun +1 and torpedoes. I don't know if there's any other ship that has that. I think... Oh, there's San Diego, Kitakaze, Tashkent, Suzutsuki. So yeah, those ships would be better than her, but she is an elite, and so she costs very little oil. She costs less oil than all the ships I just mentioned. So yeah, I would say, yeah, you got something there. You got to make sure that you are covering her for AA. She has no AA guns. But if you're running it for, trying to get rid of suicide boats and stuff like that, then you're going to be running a battleship anyway. They'll have your AA covered, and you'll get that 20% AA boost anyway. Yeah, sports games are pay to win. Have you seen those what do they call them? My Teams or Golden Teams, or you basically open gacha packs? Like, they literally turned Madden into a freaking gacha game. They're like, oh yeah, pull sports cards to play your characters. Eskimo has the bit. Oh yeah, Eskimo, right? She has it. Eskimo's good. You can use Eskimo. I honestly would think Eskimo would be probably a little bit better in that. Yeah, you are right. Eskimo is a main gun +1 destroyer, elite. Yeah, she's probably pretty good. I have Eskimo because I grind. I was like, oh, that was Chappie going to 120. All right, guys, we have leveled up Chappie to 120 on this on here. Literally all the way. All the way we leveled up Chappie. Woo! Look at us. We are doing great, folks. I got really excited. I saw that fleet tech go up, and I was like, wait, I'm not on the boss battle. What am I doing? That was... It's like, that was not the boss battle. But I saw that fleet tech, and I got super excited. But yeah, Chappie went all the way to 120. She was at like 118, I think, when we started this. That's a lot of experience, folks. 118 to 120 is a lot. Well, time to level up all my cogs in the class. Leipzig, she's good to use anyway. Yeah, Leipzig's good. Yeah, let's be honest. The last sports game I played was probably 2014. So what is that? 7 years ago. I haven't played a sports game in 7 years. So, to be fair though, I feel like if they weren't so oppressive, I would totally get back into them. Like if they weren't $60 and then $60 to get live, and then you can only play them on a $500 device, and then they only last for a year until you have to buy another one. And oh, by the way, if you want to play like with other people in like the mode, you got to pay for gotcha tickets. Oh my gosh, it's a cash cow. That's honestly why I stopped playing. I was just like, no, I'm not spending that much. Yeah, it's $60 for the same game every year, basically. And then you pay $60 so you can play online, which is the only reason you're getting this game, right? You're not playing against the AI. That's not fun. And then you then gotta spend gotcha tickets to get the players you want. It's way too much. Yeah, it's pay to win. Like if somebody has like all the all-star players, and this applies for most sports games. But yeah, particularly Madden was one that I used to be into a lot, but I haven't played it in 7 years. So literally EA got too greedy. 2010 NHL. NHL was really good. I think I played a lot of NHL 12. So. I actually downloaded World of Warships on my PS4 the other day. I actually downloaded it. I don't know if Nick's here. I know he was in my Discord today. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's alive. But I don't know if Nick's here. But if Nick is here, I actually downloaded World of Warships. I bit the bullet and I downloaded World of Warships on my PS4. Yeah, you mean the vampire that suck it? Paper money? Yeah, pretty much. Who would have thunk? PC better. Yeah, I mean, I probably... Well, actually, you guys tell me this, because I've never loaded up the game. I literally just downloaded it. But are the people that play on PS4 on the same servers as the ones that play on computer, or is it cross-platform? World of Warships is pay to win. It's a free-to-play game, but you need to spend money even more than a gacha game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can be free-to-play and pay to win. That's pretty standard. That's pretty common. PC and console are not cross-platform. Well, that's unfortunate. So maybe I will have to download it on PC. Legends keeps paper ships to a minimum. Honestly, it would feel weird. I mean, they do this in Azur Lane too, but it feels weird if like the whole matter was just fake paper ships. Like the whole point of this was like, right, to I can't speak. The whole point of it was for the actual World War II warships, and if you start getting into too many paper ships, like, I don't know about World Warships, but from the sounds of it, it's like tier 10 is just like all fake stuff, right? Don't spend a dime on World Warships. I probably won't. Unless it's really good. If I enjoy it, I'll spend money on it. If I enjoy it. But like I said, I like Azur Lane. It took me probably 15 plus months before I'd spent anything. Prince Heinrich is a paper ship. Yeah. Although I think the name is a fake, but I think they did actually like start a ship, right? I thought they started her, but they didn't have a name for her or something. I don't know. Don't mention World of Tanks. Gives me PTSD. Oh my. World of Tanks is by Wargaming too, right? I gotta assume. World of Warships isn't pay to win because nothing you do will save you from dumb teammates. Someone is salty. Can I get a Magi in World of Warships without paying? Can I get her for free? Is that possible? As a new player, World of Warships grind is bad. All right. Here it is, folks. We have oh, thank you. IJNBB, we can get her. Woo! I think she's a BC, but she's tier 8. Okay. Anyway, we are going to do, what did we say? We said 17 sit-ups. Actually, we said 17 crunches, in fact. That's what we did. So we're going to do our 17 crunches. I'm going to go do those. Type done in the chat when you are finished if you've done them with me. If not, that's all right, but I do appreciate when you do them with me. So I'll be back in a second. Wow, that one was a lot faster. That one went really fast. Crunches are a little bit easier than most of the stuff we've been doing, so. Alrighty, here we go. This is the one. Can we do it on full auto? Let's see. Alright, there is done. Anyone else done? Lilith is done. I'm covered in blanket, actually. But say done anyway. No! Lilith is not done. If this run fails, it's all Lilith's fault. Because she said done, but she didn't actually do the she didn't actually do them. Ryoho's done. Takadono is done. IDK is done. Me buys AA Atlantic class CV. Happens my CV can't shoot down planes. Yeah, Atlanta. Alexis, welcome. Ian is done. All right, we can do it. Honestly, I wish Bunker Hill came to World of Warships. Then I'd have to go to World Warships and get her too. I'd be like, no, I need to get Bunker Hill in World Warships. World of Warships is going to go up to tier 20 one day. What are they on? Tier 10? That's the highest I've ever heard, but I don't know. Like I said, I've never played the game. Ooh, Lucky E-Proc. That's helpful. Bermonton is taking some heat. There we go. All right, what do we get? Come on. Oh, my gosh, nothing. Essex was in the game, but they removed odd tier carriers. What the heck? Why? I don't know why they remove carrier. Why would you remove a ship from the game? Like, somebody pay. Oh, there's Cough. Sandy Meta. $3 Australian. Here's my payment for this stream. Gotta go to work. Thank you, Sandy Meta, for the donation. Enjoy work, maybe? I don't know. At least good luck, I guess. Thank you for the donation. I probably will not be here past the next hour. Oh, cubes. Let's go. Cubes. We need those cubes. All right, we got some cubes. Let's go. And then we need to get some oil down here. Oh, my. All right, we're going to log out, log back in, do some exercises. Please, no more CVs and WoWs. Were CVs really that bad? I mean, all I hear about is people complaining about CVs and WoWs. But I feel like CVs would be fun. All right. Oh, that's not what I wanted. All right. We logged out, logged back in, do some exercises. No one's moved. 45 minutes. Come on, guys, move. Deadeye was a mistake. All right. I mean, you can rework them. Like, battleships were broken. They were broken in this game, and then they added a new feature that just made carriers stronger, and it was done. You didn't have to remove dang ships from the game. Will we get a CVPR ship? Almost definitely. I'm pretty sure their insider information is basically told us that we have Harkuri. That was supposed to be a DR. That was supposed to be a DR carrier for PR3 that they decided to hold back for whatever reason. Cause like we had 2 DRs in PR2 and 6 ships. We're likely to have that again. One in the back line, one in the front line. Azuma and FTG, Drake and Harkuri. When will we get her? I have no idea. Maybe they'll drop her in PR4 or what I don't know what they'll do with her. But yeah, we'll definitely get a DR or a rainbow carrier. We'll get yeah, we will. CVs are great until their squadron starts following you in a DD in your DD. Can they just like up the AA stats? Like if they just update AA stats, wouldn't it just be easier? HMS Malta will be a tier 11 ship on World Warship one day. They used to be skill-based and it was tolerable until the dark times of the rework made CV planes unbearable to outlast. Yeah. Harkuri was supposed to be the 6 PR carrier, but was removed for being too OP, I think. The being too OP, I think, is, well, they're all rumors, but that one, all I know is that they were suspected to have one, and she was expected to be the 6th one. The AA is just decoration. So instead of remove F6 from the game, just up the AA. Like, make planes weaker. Like, let them get shot down. I don't understand it. Like, why? Like, why remove a ship from the game? You put effort into building a ship. Somebody bought that ship. They feel good about that ship. And sure, it's broken, but like, just move, change the damage modifiers. Like, it's pretty simple. Change the mechanic. Don't remove the damn ship. That makes me, like, I don't even play the game. I don't even invest in the game, but, like, that just makes me feel bad for players. I'm sorry. Don't remove ships that people paid for. Like, knowing that makes me not want to spend money on the game. I'm just saying. Like, could you imagine if, like, all of a sudden Yostar was just like, nah, we don't want Alabama anymore. Anyone who has Alabama, you just don't have her. You can't use her anymore. Bye. Like, really? Really? If she's a problem, nerf her. Yeah, AA turrets in World of Warship. Basically, wargaming is maybe a bit kind of stupid. I told you, World of Warship's balance team is high on vodka dust 24/7. Essex was not a played ship? Not a paid ship. Okay. Never spend money on wargaming games. I really hope not. I really want Bama. I don't think there's a world when Yostar... I guess it's not Yostar that makes the decisions, but there's not a world, I don't think, where Manju would do that. Manju literally, like, they make these lewd skins that are banned. They literally get banned by the CCP, but if you buy them before they're banned, they'll let you keep them. But I don't know how that works. I don't know how they allow that to happen, but they're like, oh, okay, these skins, they're too lewd. The CCP bans them. You can't sell them anymore. But then they're like, what about the people who already have them? Well, they can keep them. Okay. There's a bunch. China censors a bunch of them. There's a ton of them. There's a bunch of skins that are just like hit like a day after. CCP is the Chinese Communist Party. That's the acronym for At least that's what the that's what the U.S. acronyms them to. Chat becomes World of Warships fan base chat. Only in the Chinese server. They don't do it for the JP or the EN servers. We don't get censored. The only censorship that we have ever gotten was I'm trying to think. Well, our Discord's censored because Discord has a terms and services, and a lot of the skins violate that. We've also censored, I think, 2 different load screens. We've done load screen competitions where fans have submitted load screens and then other fans voted on them. And basically the hentai ones won. And then they're like, no, those don't win. So they did censor those. I think that happened twice. And then they also censored Bachi or whatever. She had a license plate that basically said swear words on it, and they just changed the license plate numbers. So that's the only censorship that the EN server has gotten. But yeah, the Chinese servers get censored on their skins all the time. Oh, yeah. The Korean server has a lot of censorship, too. Korea actually has a surprisingly amount of censorship on their by their government. I mean, they were a dictatorship for a little while as well. What did Bachi's license plate say? It just said bitch. Yeah, it was bitch or something like that. I think they made the T a 7 or something like that, but yeah. Yeah, it's 17. That's what they did. And then I think they changed the C and the H. We can go check it. I think they changed the C and H to a zeros now. Where is she? Do I have her? I think I have her. I don't think I retired her. I might have retired her. Honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. I was like kind of surprised they caught that and then hit it. I don't know. My guess was that the artist snuck it in on them without telling them or something like that, and that pissed them off. Because, like, Marblehead had her whole thing, and no one cared, or they didn't care. There's a lot of other ones where they just didn't care. So my guess is, like, I don't have no idea, but my guess would be, like, maybe the artist just, like, snuck it in on them. Like, that wasn't what they probably give the artist what they want, generally, and then, like, they didn't put that in, and then the artist, like, you know, used whatever they used their creative freedom to do that, and they didn't appreciate that. That's my guess. I don't know why that got censored and not everything else, but whatever. My crazy diamond already. Yeah, Marblehead. I don't know if I have Baki. I might have retired her. There's a very good chance I've retired her. Unless I'm missing her. I think I retired her. Well, I can't show you because I don't have her anymore. Yeah, there's no way I leveled her up this high. Like, she's not good. What Marblehead drama? Basically, there's some accusations that she was a character from a brutal hentai that I had never heard of before the scandal, like, ran through the server, honestly. I literally only know about it because of the scandal. But yeah, apparently there was, like, some really grotesque hentai that she's similar to. I don't know. I don't even know. I've never even read it, so like I can't speak whether she is or isn't. Yeah, well. Oh, we're gonna need to turn this back to enhanceable. Oh, we can maybe finish her. Finish Albacore almost. Oh, she's in battle. We can't finish her yet. We'll use you, I guess. We'll do Albacore later, maybe, hopefully. What doesn't miss meta? Oh, yes, he doesn't know. I literally have not read it. I looked it up when the whole thing was going down, when the group of people sent the letter to Yostar requesting that the skin be removed. I read that letter and then I was like, wait, what is this? So I did look it up, but I actually never read it. I just read, like, I think there's a Wikipedia page on it or something that gave me enough to know what I needed to know about it. But yeah, I have not actually read it or seen it. Imagine retrofit subs, so they would include hard mode SOS. Does anyone even do SOS? I don't think does anyone even do SOS? I don't think so. I had 450 and always feels small. 450 what? Oh, dock space. I was like, wait, I didn't read the context to this question or statement. Please don't read it. Don't worry, I will not read it. I'm not. I read what it was about, and I'm like, all right. That's all I need to know. All right, thank you very much. Hey, LM, how do you think about Queen Elizabeth? Does she deserve a retrofit? Yes, she does. Most certainly. I do SOS on Mondays while there isn't an event running. Fair enough. Fair enough. I read it before and I don't think it's similar. Yeah, so I mean, if it's not similar, I don't know. Like I said, to me it's not a big deal. But probably is to somebody else. We'll put we gotta take Chappie out of here. She's done being leveled. We need to go put like someone else in here. All right, I got a dip. Hope you get Bunker Hill. Thank you, Haz. Maybe you can come tomorrow if I'll probably be closing this up in the next 30 minutes probably or so. So you probably didn't miss much. We'll probably have to do this again tomorrow. All right. Nick Lasso's worst nightmare. Yeah, he's pretty anti-sub, isn't he? All right, but you gotta ask Nick whenever he starts being active again. You gotta ask him, would he rather have all the subs get retrofits or Shropshire get retrofits? So I'm trusting you guys to ask Nick next time he has a video or a stream or whatever. Anytime he's active, next video, next stream, whatever it is, go comment and ask him if he'd rather have a retrofitted Shropshire or a retrofitted submarine. I don't know. What's his least favorite sub? I don't remember. Why do SOS when there's World 14? Some do 2022. There's a good chance that that's actually a thing. Imagine Queen Elizabeth becoming a carrier when she's retrofitted. I mean, typically carrier's not very good. Shropshire should get a London-style retrofit just to mess with him. I agree. No arguments there. Let's go. Come on, Yostar. You know, or come on, Manju. You know what to do. Shropshire should get. Or I'm sorry, can't wait for the stream tomorrow and the stream after that and the stream after that. Waste 1996. No, we are not gonna do that. Actually, I will if we don't get Bunker Hill, but I don't want to do that. We need more oil. We need more oil. I asked at MRig Forums, Wyverns have similar patterns to the Barracuda, so sadly not converging. Thank you, Alwyn, for confirming that. I was pretty sure they weren't converging, but, you know, I don't have one in my hand to personally test for you guys. So I couldn't 100% tell you guys, but I would have bet a lot of money on it. And so thank you for confirming that, that the Wyvern is not converging. It's 2023. World 15 just got introduced in Azur Lane, and it's only planes and subs. I can't believe that Kent has her memory. How could it? I can't believe that Kent has her memory. As everyone could do that. You know where Queen Elizabeth... Sorry. You know where Queen Elizabeth fly deck are when she become an aircraft carrier? I don't want to know where that's going. Wolf of 15 is just Operation Tengo. Oh, boy. Oh, no, 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 no. Thank you, Airstrike. You know, Operation Siren has those break movements. I wish the regular maps had those. Those are nice. All right, do we have anyone to retire? No. Bye. I don't care. You guys can go. Get out of here. Yeet. Oh, my. Actually, World 14 is likely to be sub-hell. Yeah, there's... pretty much everyone's predicting that. So basically, World 15 is about the suicide of Youngwood. Finally home. Do you have bonker hell yet? No, the stream would be over if I did. Welcome home, Malum. For you, though, we're going to go do PvP soon, and we're going to use Peter Strasser because I heard there is a huge, fun little mechanic that happens when you use Peter Strasser in PvP. So we might go do that in a second because I need to do something other than just doing this. Hey, all the SEAL squad just came back. Welcome, guys. Had to take a German exam. Well, welcome back. Same old story. We are 3.5 hours in and no Bunker Hill. Operation Fire feels really peaceful with the lack of ambushes and airstrikes. Honestly, like, I still think there's a few things they can do to make it a little bit cleaner, but for the most part, Operation Siren is kind of fun. It's better than the main story. I mean, I'm going to give it shit on the things that it can improve on, but, like, it's much better than the main story. Like, I can tell you, I have more fun grinding Operation Siren than I do the main story. And so, it's an improvement. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. All you have to do is watch my video on the data, the mysterious data, and you know it's not perfect. But like, for example, like why when I go to port after I've safe moded everything and I go to port, why do my ships not just appear in port? Like, just put them in just have them spawn in the yellow circles. Why don't you just do that? Then I can just click port immediately. No, I have to wait for the ship to go across the whole dang map, and then I got to click port, which shows up like, why don't you just have them spawn in the yellow area? All right, folks, what are we doing? 20 jumping jacks. That's what I'm saying. I'm making the executive decision. 20 jumping jacks. Say done when you're done. And yeah, 20 jumping jacks. That's what we're doing. Sweat for Bunker Hill. Hashtag sweat for Bunker Hill. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alrighty. We're gonna get moving just because I got about less than a half hour before I'm probably gonna get out here, so it would be easy. That's okay. I mean, we can have easy exercises. You don't have to have them all hard. 25's 25, or sorry, I said 20. 20 is good. Oh my. All right, Evan is done. IDK is done. Ian is done. Maybe he should win the battle for America. Good luck. Thank you, Varun. How can I advance to 12-4 when Kaga is still not coming home? How can I advance to 13-3 when Bunker Hill is still not coming home? Ryoho's done. Aim is done. Who would floof, Amagi or Shinano? Amagi. Actually, Shinano is sleepy floof, and Amagi is tactical floof, smart floof. But they are both floof. I have a floof video of them in a fleet together. I like that video a lot. I mean, most people don't like watching me do PvP, so I think it's only got like 9,000 views. But I like that video a lot. I thought it was fun. It was fun to make. That video was fun to make. A little floof video. There's a little GIF in there of the two of them, like I don't even know what you call it, snuggling. They're not really snuggling. They're like I don't know what they're doing. Coughing floof. Yeah, I guess she's coughing floof. Sleepy floof, coughing floof. What floof is Suzutsuki? Does she have oil dripping out of her eyes? Is that what that is? Every time I see Suzutsuki, I can't help but look at her teardrop. I'm like, either that's a tattoo because she killed someone in jail, or she has oil dripping down her eyes. Is Hirumeta good? Yes, she is. Is she the best carrier out there? No. But is she worth the grind? Probably. All right, well, that's not good. Oh, my gosh, come on. All right, I'm going to go do PvP, and we'll come back. How many bunker hills do you have yet? Well, you know the answer to that, Nan Cam. You know the seems like a tat. Yeah, probably. It's a removable tat. Oh, my. All right, we're going to log out. Log back in. There's a voice line about it. That shows you how much I care about my voice lines. All right, here we go. We're going to go do PvP. Let's go. I don't have all of them leveled up. I only have them... they're only like level 70. I can't actually clear with it. All right, we're gonna actually we'll see if we can break. Hey, that's my alarm. Hold on. Ugh. What did I do? Rip. Alrighty. Anyway, that's my PvP alarm. That's how I know to check in for PvP. Alright, we're back. We're okay. Everything's fine. Alright, I'm back. We're good. Without Eldridge. Alright. You know what? Let's have some fun. So let's bye, Shinano. We don't need you. Let's change you to Peter. Where's our Peter? Peter's somewhere. There's Peter. She's terrible, but we're going to use Peter in this battle. I think I'm going to lose, but that's okay. Alright. Supposedly, there's like... Somebody told me there might be a bug on this. And I want to verify that it works. And then I'll probably screenshot it. Alright, I'm not getting the bugs, so that's good. Maybe it's just them. Maybe I have to face another Peter. Maybe it's when the double Peters go together that the bug happens. I'm not sure. Peter Griffin. I'm surprised that my petter back there is still alive. These markings are proof of my battle scars as a warrior. They're not just doodles. I swear I'll be back for revenge after I train some more. So basically what you're telling me is she killed someone in jail. Is it true that the next run is going to be Veneto or Ashen rerun? That's all rumor. So no, I would not say that's true. That's 100% rumor. Alright, I'm just gonna keep battling them, see if this works. Hashtag Team Hirukai. Yeah. Hirukai has saved my life many of the times. It'd be nice if Strasser actually like proctors skill more often. So my guess is, from what I'm seeing here, is that it's patched, which is good. I'm glad it's patched. Peter won't completely break your game in PvP. Hero of the movie, Last Ship Standing. I mean, isn't it always Hero? Peter is getting a lot of experience here. Did you watch the Azur lane slow ahead? No, I'm behind. I probably am going to binge a bunch of... This jerk, Freya Hirasawa, knew that I'd be here and put Bunker Hill in his fleet. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea. Made that up. But he doesn't have her at 120. What is he doing? Why not? Why is she not at 120? All right, guys. Well, we saw what Bunker Hill looks like, but not my Bunker Hill. Oh, that's too funny. All right, well, poor Bunker Hill. Bye. Come home. All right, so I beat her in PvP, so she's got to come home. Air, you have your Bunker Hill and your defense fleet too? First time catching your stream live. Well, welcome, Elizabeth. We'll be probably winding down here in the next 15 or so minutes. It's getting late, and unless we get really lucky in the next couple here, we're probably going to have to do and schedule another stream for tomorrow, because it does not look like Bunker Hill's going to come. I'm going to do this last PvP battle, and then yeah, I just killed Bunker Hill. Yeah, maybe now she'll come. Maybe now she'll drop that I killed her in PvP. The amount of salt in this sea is immeasurable. Yeah. If you can kill the boss fleet within 45 seconds, maybe drop rate will be higher. I don't think it would be that. I do think there's a possibility that an S clear will give you a higher chance of dropping, although we have not yet confirmed that. That's just a rumor, but at the end of the day, I should be S clearing it anyway, so there's no reason not to S clear it and whatnot. So good night, ALM. Good luck. Thank you, Coronis. See you probably tomorrow, unless something miraculous happens in the next 15 minutes here. I heard Bunker Hill's not that great. She's not tier 1, but she's pretty decent. It's really the fact of the potential for her to be great. If the US faction ends up getting some super overpowered battleships, such as Iowa or Missouri, there's a potential, depending on the way that they're designed and the synergies work, that Bunker Hill will be a tier 1 ship at that point. But for now, she is not. She is a tier 2 ship, usable in all content because she has base Essex stats, but not necessarily best in slot. There's no reason to use her over, or there's little reason to use her over Essex. The only reason you'd use her is if you want to use Georgia instead of Enterprise, but typically at this point, You need to go full Operation Rainbow for Bunker Hill. I do not have Drake yet, so that is not really possible for me. Wait, what's a good fleet for Essex? Well, the fleet that I'm using for my boss fleet is pretty solid. It's Essex, Georgia, Enterprise. You could also swap out the Georgia for a Saratoga. Basically any fleet that has 4 USS ships is pretty good. So usually 2 backlines, usually 2 carriers, and then you throw a Juno up front or something like that. Bunker Hill for 100% collection. That is true, although I'm not necessarily going for 100% collection. Although I'm actually not that far off. The ceiling is salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent the air is salt. Madden Ultimate Team. SSR, Tom Brady. You mean you are Tom Brady. Good for meme. Operation Rainbow is Eldritch skilled, you goof. Oh, I thought you were talking about having like a full rainbow ship fleet. How high level is my Eldritch? She might be able to actually survive. I know she's over 110, I think, so. When's the next UR? I would be surprised if we don't get a UR by before the end of the Chinese anniversary, which is in May. So my guess is we get a UR by the very latest is probably Chinese anniversary. That's my guess. Just because, like, my guess is they're based on the rate that UR Bolins drop. I think they're going to have 2 per year. And if they're going to have 2 per year, they're probably going to want to have one for the anniversary for the JP, which will be in September. And so if they want to break it up is far away, then they should probably have it in March or April or something like that. So that's but they might also just save it for going into the summer, since most people, at school or, work is a little bit more busy. So they might want to wait till the summer, when people have vacation or, whatever, to grind it. So they might wait till the Chinese event when the Chinese have their anniversary in May. So technically that's the global server's anniversary too. We typically celebrate on the Japanese launch, and that's because that's when the open beta server launched. But the actual launch of the game happened in May. So from the fall to May, we had a open beta server. So yeah. Intrepid isn't quite as good, but she's still top tier and has the longest twin tails in the game. Yeah, and Intrepid is like slightly weaker than Essex, but still pretty decent. Shangri-La has a nice benefit of having her early scouting planes, which can be nice when you have the hidden carrier mechanic in PvP, but generally still Essex. Essex is kind of just like better. I may be in the minority here, but I'm waiting for USS Johnston to appear. I really, really hope that we get a original USS event in the next 3 months, in the next quarter. Otherwise, I don't know what they're going to be doing. Yeah. Also, Suzutsuki's teardrop is an X in the New Year's skin. So it's not a tattoo. It's like a henna or whatever. Maple Monarchy full faction when? I'd be okay with a HMS faction event. The last one they had was Perseus. They got Perseus. They got Hao. That was a good event for them. It definitely upped their faction. It gave 2 very good utility ships, and yeah, that was a good event for them. Top 5 CV. Number 1. Number 1 is gonna be Shinano. Number 2 and 3 are kind of tied between Essex and Hero Meta. This is for PvP only. This top 5 changes if you're talking about PvP or you're talking about EX modes or things like that. We're talking about PvP or PvE only. And then probably 4 and 5. And we're also talking about damage carriers, by the way. 4 or 5 would be probably Centaur then Essex, or Centaur then Formidable, for the top 5. And then, of course, you have utility carriers like Perseus, who is basically a tier 0 utility character. Like, there's like no one better than her. And then you have like Ryoho at tier 1, and then Unicorn and Shoho in tier 2. Next UR, when my 7 rainbow bullions are waiting. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for the next UR. Soryu! Look at that. Soryu's, Hiryu's, all these guys are dropping like crazy. But no Bunker Hill drops. I'm really surprised that my ships don't hate me yet. Not gonna lie. Really surprised. Sorry, bye. Welcome to the team. Goodbye. Go back to where you came from and become a Bunker Hill, please. Centaur has been brought down since CVL. I mean, to be fair, in certain cases, being a CVL is a benefit. For example, in PvP, she doesn't have as worse of damage modifiers. Like, for example, the carriers get decreased more than a light carrier in terms of their damage output in PvP. So her having carrier stats and light carrier damage debuffs make her actually pretty good. Why do you have a level 32 level 32 Nagato Alum? I don't know. I thought maybe I wanted to build 2 IJN meta fleets, but I haven't really cared too much. And then I was like, wait, if I just leave her and never max limit break her, actually my fleet power goes up. So, yeah, that was the theory behind that. Your team's morale is high because they want Bunker Hill to come home. Yeah, they're super excited. They're like, Bunker Hill, let's go. Alabama is like, come on, you got to get here. Lolly Floof, no. Yeah, Centaur is like a CV disguised as CVL. Centaur is just a weird ship in general that she came out. First of all, why did they not make her a Centaur girl? Like, it came out right around in that Centaur anime, too. I don't know why they just didn't do that. 2, she's like mostly considered a post-World War II ship. She was started before the end of World War II, but basically all of her action and service time was after World War II. And she's a light carrier, not a carrier, but she has all the carrier stats. Centaur is an anomaly. Anyway, she's kind of an interesting case. A Centaur would have been awesome. I think so. I think it would have been interesting. Right? We have so many different unique things, and they're like, oh, this opportunity. Thank you, Raging Majority. Thank you for putting that out there. Yes, that was the word I was trying to say, Alex. Did not succeed. Who would win? Peter or Deutsch? Anime Overlord reference. I love Overlord. I don't get the reference. So I feel guilty. Overlord's one of my favorite animes out there, and I don't get that reference. Anyway, Lily, Battle off Samar might be a mini event with USS Johnston, but the Battle of Leyte Gulf would be a main story map, probably 15. Centaur is Centaur was the plot in Azure Lane's slow head manga. Centaur and Ryoho are drawn by the same artist, by the way. Interesting. He definitely doesn't like pants. That artist does not like pants. That's what I've got from that takeaway. Sometimes I'm thinking of Azure Lane, add fleet kind of things. You can control what a ship was like. Then I realized Crosswave is a thing. I was super disappointed in Crosswaves. Honestly, when I heard Crosswaves was coming out, I got really excited. And I feel like it was a pretty big disappointment all around. It was like a JRPG. It was like a Japanese light novel, basically. Like, it wasn't even a game. I don't know. I haven't even finished it. I don't know. I get bored. I might stream it someday. It was just so lackluster. I mean, and it's not even like they could have made it so much better too. Like, there was so much potential there. So much potential there. And they just kind of blew it. So, I don't know. I might stream it later, but it's just kind of like, Still waiting for Shimikaze to come to AL Mobile. Maybe she's going to be the UR coming in the spring. I don't know. What do you think? Crosswave was made by Idea Factory. I didn't care why people weren't expecting a visual novel. To be fair, before Azure Lane, Crosswaves, I had 0 experience with Idea Factory. So, like, I didn't know what they were about. So, I mean, that doesn't mean I should have done my due diligence better. But I figured, hey, I'm a Azur fan. I'm excited. I'm going to probably just, you know, whatever. They should do a tournament anime next with all your meta fleets in a PvP style tournament. Should we do that? Should we just make a PvP anime? Gosh, my really poorly edited videos take me forever. I can't even imagine what opening up like a animation studio would be. Mad respect to Yostar for making Yostar Pictures. Yostar Pictures is actually like, they make some pretty decent stuff. They're like, hey, you're not doing it right. We're gonna do it ourselves. I also had 0 experience with Idea Factory. Yeah, I had never played a single game, never heard of a single game from them. Like, when they talked about Neptunia, I didn't even know what Neptunia was. I was like, what is this? Is this like some... I honestly, when I saw the Neptunia collab, I literally thought they were like alien siren ships, like from Neptune or something like that. I didn't even know they were a collab. I was accepting the fights to be more than what they were. I was expecting the fight. Oh yeah, the fights are just like hold down trigger and dodge, and then like when you're special, and then mash the special button, and when your special's not there, then switch to the next one, mash special button, hold down trigger. It's Oh, I know what Neptunia is now. Between JB Sprinkles and Hawk, I know what Neptunia is. But I did not know when I first started playing. Definitely was like, what is this? I still never played Neptunia, but I at least know what it is now. ALM, I posted the Centaur in meme channel. All right, I'll probably take a look at it after stream. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, can we get it? Should this be... I think this is going to be my last run of the night. So what do you guys think? I think this is going to be my last run of the night. If we don't get it here, we have a stream tomorrow. I'm pretty sure this stream will just end and take you to that page, and you can set yourself a reminder. So do that so that we can stream tomorrow and come back. But... if we get her, then the stream's going to last at least another half hour from me just getting hyped. But if we don't get her, then we got another stream tomorrow. Hell yeah, you can get it. I hope so. That would be pretty clutch. I always like to be like, oh, I'm going to get Bunker Hill in the last one of the day. I'm always, whatever stream I get Bunker Hill is going to be the last one of the day. Because I'm never freaking going back into 13-4 after this. I've run this mission way too many times. The fact I know where everything spawns and how everyone moves and all the everything. I know it all. I never want to know that information of a map ever again. like I might be the king of 13-4. I don't know. I don't want to self-proclaim a title. Someone out there might know it better than me, but like I feel like I am because I've done this dang mission so many times. All right, here we go. Are we gonna get it? I'm going to close my eyes so I can't see if the fleet tech is there. I'm going to close my eyes so I can't see if the fleet tech is there. And you guys are going to know before me whether or not we got it. Because I just want to click through and see if we got it. All right. Please be there. Ah, stupid Juno. She came back. She revived from the death. We sacrificed her earlier. And there she is. I'll take the purple prince, but whatever. All right, folks. You used the U.S. fleet and no Sandy. Yeah. Well, I was using Sandy, and then somebody in chat donated money for me not to use Sandy. Thank you for all the chats, brothers and sisters. It's been 4 hours tonight. I think we're gonna have to call it, but. We didn't get Bunker Hill, so lucky you guys. I'll be back tomorrow, so please come back tomorrow so that I'm not here lonely doing the Bunker Hill grinds. Go grind still continues. The new emote, if you want to get in on the shirt, there is it's pinned in the chat. You can get the grind continues Bunker Hill shirt. And until next time, guys, which will literally be in less than 24 hours, my oil needs to recoup. What is my oil even at? 1,000 oil. Look at that. All right, folks, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you guys for coming out, and hopefully I'll see most of you guys tomorrow. Take care.